Вы гангстеры?
Да. Джойнт в моих зубах, это только недавно встал. Поднялся, потому что разрывается труба. Сказали мне поднялся, считаю это не так. Считаю так, потому что на моем глапе грязь. Мои бланты, не банды как крепку. Сука после секса спрашивает за мой блэкворк. Ты домашний, вафел, ты не бэтбой. Можете меня не слушать, это вредно. Мои бланты, не банды как крепку. Сука после секса спрашивает за мой блэкворк. Ты домашний, вафел, ты не бэтбой. Можете меня не слушать, это вредно. Я не могу принять бедность, я прыгну будто лебра. На мне жирная котлета, мутим мясо, я не веган. Меньше рэперы базарят, что толкать товары грех. Нахуй ты читаешь рэп, если хочешь, чтоб я сел. Этот тип еще пиздюк, но читает вам морали. Они точат ясы, пока мы руки морали. Они слушают мой рэп, но боятся со мной факаться. Я с ними подавно, я за рэп, в котором яйца, я за рэп, в котором правда. Я начал хасать, чтоб хватало. Меня зарядка заряжает. Я везу пакет на полежайку. Я люблю траву, у меня лужайка. Я клаубол, да я на них клаубол. Я клаубол, на клаубол. Я клаубол, да я клаубол. Я клаубол, да я на них клаубол. Мои бланты, не банды как крепку. Сука после секса спрашивает за мой блэкворк. Ты домашний, вафел, ты не бэтбой. Можете меня не слушать, это вредно. Мои бланты, не банды как крепку. Сука после секса спрашивает за мой блэкворк. Ты домашний, вафел, ты не бэтбой. Можете меня не слушать, это вредно.
Вы гангстеры?
Да. Джойнт в моих зубах, это только недавно встал. Поднялся, потому что разрывается труба. Сказали мне поднялся, считаю это не так. Считаю так, потому что на моем глапе грязь. Мои бланты, не банды как крепку. Сука после секса спрашивает за мой блэкворк. Ты домашний, вафел, ты не бэтбой. Можете меня не слушать, это вредно. Мои бланты, не банды как крепку. Сука после секса спрашивает за мой блэкворк. Ты домашний, вафел, ты не бэтбой. Можете меня не слушать, это вредно. Я не могу принять бедность, я прыгну будто лебра. На мне жирная котлета, мутим мясо, я не веган. Меньше рэперы базарят, что толкать товары грех. Нахуй ты читаешь рэп, если хочешь, чтоб я сел. Этот тип еще пиздюк, но читает вам морали. Они точат ясы, пока мы руки морали. Они слушают мой рэп, но боятся со мной факаться. Я с ними подавно, я за рэп, в котором яйца, я за рэп, в котором правда. Я начал хасать, чтоб хватало. Меня зарядка заряжает. Я везу пакет на полежайку. Я люблю траву, у меня лужайка. Я клаубол, да я на них клаубол. Я клаубол, на клаубол. Я клаубол, да я клаубол. Я клаубол, да я на них клаубол. Мои бланты, не банды как крепку. Сука после секса спрашивает за мой блэкворк. Ты домашний, вафел, ты не бэтбой. Можете меня не слушать, это вредно. Мои бланты, не банды как крепку. Сука после секса спрашивает за мой блэкворк. Ты домашний, вафел, ты не бэтбой. Можете меня не слушать, это вредно.
They dug down the infinite money glitch.
Excuse me, sir. Sir.
Dug down the infinite money glitch.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, question for you. Is this your yacht?
Yeah.
And what line of business are you in out here in the UAE?
I have multiple businesses.
Multiple companies? How many?
8.
What was the most amount of money that you've made in a single year?
I would say almost $5 billion.
$5 billion. And for those that don't know, what industry did you decide to pursue a career
Oil.
in?
Yeah, I was the world's first billionaire from medical marijuana from
Medical cannabis. You guys shouldn't smoke weed. It's the devil's lettuce.
cannabis.
Actually,
Yes, actually.
so you're a billionaire.
Yes, I hope so. Yeah.
Is this your Rolls Royce?
It is one of my Rolls Royce. Why?
You said this is one of your Rolls Royces?
One of my Rolls Royce.
How many Rolls Royces do you have?
I have 6 Rolls Royce.
Dude, I'm doing it wrong. I need to be smurfing in Dubai.
What was the most amount of money that you
0% income tax. Hello. No wonder all the course sellers go there.
made in a single year?
10 billion dirhams.
Are you a billionaire?
I suppose I'm a billionaire, yes.
You're a billionaire.
Yeah.
How can somebody own a yacht in today's world? Guys, we just landed in one of the wealthiest cities in the entire world.
How does one find themselves in this situation? On a on a camel's hump with your bro? I don't know what this traditional garb is called, so I'm not even going to try to...
We're in Dubai, and today I'm going to be going all over the wealthiest...
Second of all, that's messed up. Why does the camel have a muzzle on? And chains. Free my camel.
parts of the city to interview millionaires and billionaires to figure out how they created their wealth out here.
Hey, yo, that camel got a toe?
And how you can do the exact same thing going into 2025. So with that being said,
That's a spitter? So it's spitting into its own face? That's messed up. The camel should be able to spit wherever it wants. It's in its own domain. That's domestication as far as I'm concerned. Let the camel breathe.
let's get this video on the way.
Dude, it should be allowed to spit in your face. If you want to mount it, all I'm saying is it should be allowed to retaliate. Dude, this is the prettiest city in the world. Oh, said no one ever. Dude, this is the prettiest city in the world. Oh, said no one ever.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, is this your Ferrari?
Yeah, I hope so.
No, I stole it.
And what line of business are you in out here in Dubai?
Not in the UAE, but in Europe, I'm in the cannabis industry.
Cannabis?
Yeah, cannabis, correct. Yeah, I was the world's first billionaire from medical marijuana from cannabis.
Actually.
Yes, actually.
So you're a billionaire.
Yes, I hope so. Yeah.
I go.
Well, why is he busting? So you're a billionaire?
All over the world interviewing the most successful business owners, the richest people in the world. Could we get one quick minute with you real quick?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah, as long as it's a minute.
How long have you been an entrepreneur?
Don't waste my time. Scram, skedaddle, get out of here.
Since I can remember, since I was a little kid.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was.
Scram, skedaddle, get out of here.
Since I can remember, since I was a little kid.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was always on the hustle, yeah.
As a billionaire, what was the
The spit smells like cow shit and rotten fish. That sounds alpha to me.
best financial advice that you ever received throughout your career?
Well, it was from
So he's a legal drug dealer. No, it's a medical marijuana.
my father. My father said, listen, if you can earn £10, risk it to earn £20 because you know you can always earn £10 again.
So in other words, take the risk or lose the chance.
There you go, 100%.
Did you take a lot of risks throughout your career?
Listen, too many for my liking, correct,
What
yeah.
was the biggest risk you took?
I want you to interview the woman sitting next to him. Do you respect him? Do you think that he's gay? Is he soy or is he a Chad? Don't lie to me now.
Your career.
Getting into the cannabis business because
These women are just always ornamentations to these men. Status symbols to impress other men. Kinda cringe. Kinda cringe.
it wasn't something that I knew anything about. I was in the nightclub industry before that, and it was just, I don't know, it just kind of made sense to move into the industry. But yeah, it was a big risk for me. But you know, he who
Why is he just sitting there? Because this is probably a forced interview. This is probably staged and not real.
As wins.
But they have to do this dance before the interview starts. Like, oh, can I interview? I promise I won't waste your time.
What's the most amount of money that you've made in a single year?
Just over a billion euros a year.
Why are the seats green? Because of medical marijuana.
Yeah.
€1 billion.
Yeah.
Have you
That's why his watch face is green. If you couldn't tell.
ever been broke before?
Yes, several times, yeah.
Yeah.
Several times, yeah. Not even too long ago, maybe 10 years ago, I was in Cyprus, there was a banking crisis, and I lost all my money in the banks there.
What's a lesson about money that banks don't want people to know?
That your money doesn't belong to you when you put it in the bank.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Break that down.
Well, it doesn't belong to you. When you put the money into their bank, you're investing in them, and they pay your money back as an interest.
Why is the girl inactivated?
Did you go to college?
And no, I was expelled from school when I was 13 years old.
You never went back?
Never went back, no.
It's the same rich person fucking starter pack slop. Yes, I've been broke. You gotta risk it for the biscuit. Oh, I was not a good student in school.
Never.
But you ended up making more than 99.9% of business professors ever will. So what's a lesson about business?
This is what they're doing. Getting high off their own supply, farting into their own hands and sniffing it.
Give to somebody that they will not learn in university.
Give me a friend and I'll tell you who you are. Birds of a feather flock together.
Break that one down for people out there.
Just you are the company that you keep, so be careful of the company that you keep. You know, you can't fly like a swan when you're surrounded by turkeys.
Are you a duck or an eagle?
In other words, the people you surround yourself with is extremely important.
100%, yes.
Yeah.
If you're around 5 drunks, you'll be the 6th drunk. If you're around 5 billionaires, you'll be the 6th billionaire.
Right.
Your company you keep is very important, yes.
What do billionaires do differently from millionaires? What do you notice about
That is the fruitiest quote ever. Second of all, it's been over a minute.
yourself and the other billionaires? What do you guys do
We don't
differently?
work for money, we work for success. It's not a monetary thing, it's a success thing. We work for success, not the money.
Right. If you lost everything tomorrow, could you make it all back?
100%. You could strip me naked, leave me in Mongolia, I'd drive back in a 5 Series BM.
As a billionaire, what's your best negotiation advice for anybody in business?
At what point does this become just a major turnoff for the woman? Like, this guy is just delusional.
What's that?
I don't negotiate.
What do you mean?
I don't negotiate. That's my best advice. We don't negotiate. That's the difference.
What does that mean?
My way or the highway. We're relentless.
Yeah.
Yeah, relentless.
So
yeah.
you're willing to walk away from a deal?
I'm willing to walk away from a deal if it doesn't suit me, correct? There is no negotiation.
Yeah, this is some D1 glazing. Zip them up when you're done. Hawk 2!
My terms. Listen, you hold no prisoners.
Dude, I can't wait to become so successful so I can get an NPC girlfriend.
And it's business. That's the point, isn't it?
Right. You got amazing advice, my friend. Thank you so much
My
for your
brother.
time.
See you soon.
Awesome.
Take care.
Guys, we just interviewed the world's first cannabis billionaire out here in Dubai, and he just dropped some straight gems for you all. But my favorite part of that entire interview was when I asked him his best negotiation advice.
Are palm trees native to Dubai? What's good, Phil? Yo, thank you for the 10, brother.
As a billionaire, and he said he doesn't negotiate. At the end of the day, when you create that kind of leverage, there is no need to negotiate. Like he said, it's his way or the highway. Great interview out here in Dubai. We got to keep this video
That guy's got such a fat cock.
going and go get another one out here, you guys. Come on, let's go. All right, guys.
There's nothing there. It's a desert. I know, it was a rhetorical question, chat.
Alright, so we are at our next destination, the Dubai Harbor, where there's multi-million-dollar yachts all behind us right here. We're gonna be walking around. We're gonna see if we can get in, because there's a lot of people out here. Some people just cleaning their yachts.
Why does Dubai always look like it has the worst smog ever? It looks perpetually hazy. There's sun, but there's no blue skies. It's just like a gray canvas. Can somebody please explain that? What in the fuck is going on here? Meteorologically speaking.
Some people just hanging out on them. We're gonna see if we can talk to some people who own these things, figure out what they did, and how you can copy their blueprints.
This is what Tyler Durden meant when he was talking about self-improvement. Self-improvement is masturbation. He's actually correct.
The exact same thing. But let's go see what they have to say. Come on. All right, you guys.
Maybe it's just the camera. It's not the camera. You could put me in any Dubai video ever. It's the same horizon, same sky, every single time.
Able to get into the harbor. There's some people out on the yacht.
Why is he holding the bottle like that? Hold up. Like this? Yeah. Popping bottles.
Who own these things, figure out what they did, and how you can copy their blueprints to do the exact same thing. But let's go see what they have to say. Come on. All right, you guys, we were able to get into the harbor. There's some people out on the yachts. We're gonna go up and see if we can talk to them, figure out if they own these things, and if we can get some advice for you guys on how they were able to own multi-million-dollar yachts. Excuse me, sir?
Why would you have a yacht in Dubai? What ocean are you sailing? Isn't it the Persian Gulf? Hold on. The Arabian Gulf. This is why I am the smartest streamer. Because I'm hitting you with the geography.
Sir, question for you. Is this
What guppies are you catching in the Persian Gulf?
your yacht?
Yeah.
And what line of business are you in out here in the UAE?
The Persian Gulf is controlled by Djibouti. Great, so when I set sail and sail the 7 seas, I just have to worry about fucking pirates?
I have multiple businesses.
Multiple companies? How many?
8.
You own 8 businesses? How long have you been an entrepreneur
You're doing way too much, bro. Why don't you have one good business? Why do you need 8?
for?
22 years now.
22 years?
Yeah.
And I go all of... What's that?
Started early.
Started early. How old are you now?
20,
Yeah.
40.
What was the most amount of money that you've made
20? 40!
in a single year? 69 million?
Shut the... Troll.
And could we interview you real quick?
Yeah, come on.
Awesome. On the yacht?
Yeah, please, but take the shoes off.
All right, man. How did you scale from
I'm pooping on the poop deck, asserting my dominance. Yeah, take your shoes off. Sorry, these Rick Owens ain't coming off.
$10 million business to a $69 million company? How'd you go from 7 to 8 figures?
So it was 2020. We had COVID. You know, I'm coming from a family of healthcare workers. My mom and father are doctors. And COVID hit in Germany. Our whole business crashed. So we pivoted to...
The staging of this vid is top tier cringe. It's not staged, bro. It's not staged, bro. No shot, it's staged. What makes you say that it's staged?
medical supplies. We had 10 years of operation.
They're all smurfing in Dubai. I told you, it's a hidden tech. It's the hidden jutsu. Nobody believes me until 5 years pass because we're ahead of everything. Mewing talked about that in 2017.
In China, so we imported a lot of products, masks, healthcare kits for doctors, nurses, and hospitals, and we scaled to 69 million over a year. So we 5x.
So
business before.
COVID destroyed most people's businesses, but
We had to pivot. You know, our business plummeted. Nobody was buying promotional products. All the exhibitions were closed, so we had to find a way. So we had to adapt it. We went to direct sales. We called all the hospitals. They were
Yeah, bro, I got like 80 businesses, 12 Ursus, 85 million journaling sessions, and 10 clothing lines.
happy that we could actually.
I just drop ship from Europe, AliExpress, Chinese labor. Simple, really.
Provide products. So this is how we grow the business. And since then, our core business, promotional products, has been 2x to $35 million now.
were you a good salesman?
I think I'm a natural born seller. I started selling insurance when I was 16.
Yeah.
And then I, worked as a bartender through my university and started a business. I never worked for someone else beside the bar business for working for $5 an hour. Selling is key. Scaling was key before, selling is key today, and selling is going to be key in the future. With selling, you solve all the problems in the world.
Give me your secret to sales.
Secret to selling is asking so many questions that the customer would be stupid to not buy afterwards.
What's the most underrated question?
What? Just asking questions?
Somebody could ask to close the deal.
I would actually say, what did you like most of my presentation? And then he starts talking. And then you dig deep.
Dude, if I was a pirate, I'm stealing his booty. Are you kidding me? I am raiding and pillaging that fucking boat.
And ask, okay, what else? And you keep asking questions till there's no objection handling at the end. And you can ask, okay, 80% of our customers usually pay with credit card.
He has Nepo baby physiognomy.
X, Y, Z. Which payment method would you choose?
He
No objection handling at the end. And you can ask, okay, 80% of our customers usually pay with credit card.
He has Nepo baby physiognomy.
X, Y, Z. Which payment method would you choose?
He looks easy to scam.
Make it easy for them to pay.
Make it easy, always. But we also give line of credits and invoicing, so it's even more easy. You don't have to hand in a credit card. But I think at the end, if they need...
Wow, he sends invoices. You're on your way to become a millionaire if you send invoices.
It's clear and demand is clear, and all the objection handling are done through nice questioning, building relation, building trust. You hook them in.
What was the #1 book that changed your life?
I can tell you. I was 18. My first mentor gave it to me.
Stop. All right, let's take a guess. How to Win Friends and Influence People, or Think and Grow Rich, or 48 Laws of Power. I'm going to say 48 Laws of Power.
It was Think and Grow Rich.
No way! No way! There's no way! They're too easy!
Napoleon Hill. But here comes the clue. 90% in your mind and 10% financially.
So mindset's very important.
No mindset, no financial freedom.
You believe in God?
It turns out that I'm starting to believe more in God.
Why is that?
Faith and hope is always the last resort of humanity. If you don't have hope at the end, what do you have? And not believing in yourself is the most selfish thing that you can do. Even if you don't do it in a moment, speak good to yourself.
Think and grow gay. Oh, I don't know why that got me.
Because your subconscious mind will reflect it. Because your brain only does what you tell him to do. Even if you feel bad, tell him you're good. Tell him you're healthy. And everything is going to change. Your mind will follow your words.
You got amazing advice, my friend. Thank you so much
you.
for your time, and I appreciate you. All right, you guys, so the
Twink and go gay.
first shot we went up to, we just got a crazy interview. That was a $69 million entrepreneur. But my biggest takeaway from that interview came towards the end when he started talking about 90% of this game of entrepreneurship, you guys, is all about the mindset. And I've learned from interviewing the most successful, the ultra wealthiest people on the entire planet, that that's what makes them successful, you guys. Remember this right here. Believing that you can is way more profitable than believing that you can't. Great interview out here down in the Dubai Harbor. We got to keep this
You just gotta fake it till you make it, brah.
video rolling and go get another one out here. Come on, you guys, let's go. Excuse me, sir. Sir, is this your Rolls Royce?
It is one of my Rolls Royce. Why?
You said this is one of your Rolls Royces?
One of my Rolls Royce.
How many Rolls Royces do you have?
Huh?
How many Rolls do you have?
I have 6 Rolls Royces.
Are you a business owner?
Yeah, I'm a business owner.
In what industry?
I would just appreciate if they were like, no, I'm a scammer.
Real estate industry.
What was the most amount of money that you've made in a single year?
10 billion dirhams.
Are you a billionaire?
Dude, this is what happens when you think you can wear a suit. Look at this suit. It looks atrocious.
I'm a billionaire, yes.
You're a billionaire.
Yeah.
Yeah? And what's your name?
My name is Rizwan Sajan.
Do you have to come from a lot of money?
His name is what?
Yes.
You're a billionaire.
Yeah.
Yeah? And what's your name?
My name is Rizwan Sajan.
Do you have to come from a lot of money to become a billionaire, or can you make it all just from pure grind and work ethic?
Absolutely no. You don't have to have a lot of money to become a billionaire. In fact, if you look at it, 85% of the people who
This dude is actually the owner of Danube Properties. I don't. You see, the cool thing is I don't even know what that is. Must not be that cool if I don't even know what it is.
billionaires are the first generation billionaires. That means they didn't have this money and they have made it to billionaire. Only 15 or 20% goes into the second generation. So for you to make money, you don't need to have money. You can make it on your own, provided you have a proper idea,
This is the Rizzler.
proper work culture, and some special innovative things which you want to do. You can be a billionaire.
And how are
I wouldn't want to be a billionaire if this is my physique. Hello? Unless I'm looking like a fucking Greek statue, small balls and all, I don't want it.
are you creating wealth in real estate? Let's say they're starting to make and save some good money. They want to start making some plays in real estate. How can somebody start creating wealth in real estate today?
So if you don't have money and you want to start real estate money in real estate business and want to make it big, start with the brokerage business. Today in Dubai, you get 5% commission in the brokerage. So that money is huge. For example, if you say 10 million dirhams property you have sold, you make $500,000 dirhams. Start with a brokerage and then
I need to be making dirhams, bro. I need to be making dirhams.
become a developer.
If you lost everything tomorrow, could you make it all back?
I think I can make it all back. If you put me in the African jungle also, I'll make
Yeah? No, you'd be fucking cut from your butthole to your forehead by the pygmies. You'd be eaten alive. You try to sell some shit and a fucking javelin would go through your head.
Also
Not
there,
true.
I will sell the property to the animals over there.
Yeah, he said he would sell property to animals.
That's a crazy statement.
I love that. So you're a good salesman then.
I think I'm a very, very good salesman.
Why do a lot of people struggle with sales in today's world?
I think they need to understand salesmanship is a quality. It's not that everybody can become a salesperson. It's an inborn quality. Either you are a good salesman or you're not a good salesman. I see a lot of my sales staff struggle when they pitch to the customer. I know that they're not
Salesmen need to be hung in the gallows
pitching correctly.
by their fucking ass. I don't know.
First of all, to become a good salesman, you need to understand what is the customer's requirement. Properly listen to him, what money he has. He wants to buy a luxury or he wants to buy an affordable. If he wants to buy a luxury, offer him a good luxury product. Take him
Why do I not trust a single word coming out of this man's mouth?
to the proper place. Explain him the benefits of this. What is the ROI he will get? How much fast he can make his money? How much fast he can double his money? Understand, make him proper.
This is staged BS? No, this is real.
He will buy from you.
That was a sales masterclass.
Absolutely.
But you also got to know how to sell yourself as well, because a lot of people, they say people buy from people they like.
People buy only from people they like. 100% I agree to this. Who do people buy from? People who are able to explain what exactly the buyer wants. If you are going to pitch something which buyer doesn't want and you say,
You're on one today, chat.
buy this, and he wants to buy that, he'll never buy from you.
Right.
Explain what exactly the buyer wants. If you are going to pitch something which buyer doesn't want and you say,
You're on one today, chat.
buy this, and he wants to buy that, he'll never buy from you.
Right. You got amazing advice, my friend. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you. You guys, this video has been insane, and we're on our way to go get our next interview right now. But I want to take a quick moment to let you guys know a very important, a very special announcement. So a couple months ago, I launched and built one of the biggest, one of the greatest entrepreneur communities in the entire world. And you can join this community today for free.
No
Inside
way.
Of this community, every single week, I hope
The top of the sales funnel. Let's go.
live calls with the biggest business owners in the world, even billionaires, where they come in on these calls and directly mentor all of our members, where they teach them skills like how to sell, how to market, how to negotiate, how to start and scale a business, how to invest and make your money.
Excuse me.
Where did Moss?
Excuse me, please.
Did he go to the restaurant?
Excuse me, please.
Tell me again.
Well, she wants her money back.
Yeah, but we're gonna speak to her.
You goddamn right I am. Sit down. Jim, this is Ricky, Jim. Jim, anything you want it, you got it. You understand? This is me. Something upset you. Yes. Sit down now. Sit down. You tell me what it is. Am I gonna help you fix it? You goddamn right I am. Sit down now. Tell you something. Sometimes we need someone from outside. Sit. What is that?
I said it.
What power?
To negotiate.
To negotiate what? What? What does that mean?
Well,
What? What? Say the words.
I don't have the power. I said it.
What power?
To negotiate.
To negotiate what? To negotiate what?
This.
What this?
The deal.
The deal? Forget the deal, Jim. You got something on your mind. What is it? What?
I can't talk to you. You met my wife, right?
What? I met your wife. What? What, Jim? Come on, let's go. Come on. Forget the deal. The deal is dead. You know me. The deal's dead. Am I talking about the deal? That's over. Please, let's talk about you. I'm going to tell you something. Your life is your own. You have a contract with your wife. You have certain things you do jointly. You have a bond there. And there are other things. And those things are yours. And you needn't feel ashamed. You needn't feel that you're being untrue or that she would abandon you if she knew. This is your life. What? Come on.
Lunch.
You told you, Mr. Williamson.
Yes. Police can be. James Lane.
Mr. Williamson.
Insured in any case, as you know.
I've let you down. Huh? I know I've let you down. I'm sorry. Oh, Christ. Hey, don't follow me. Just don't follow me, okay? I've let you down. Huh? I know I've let you down. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I don't know. I don't know anymore. Oh, forgive me.
You stupid fucking cunt. You, Williamson, I'm talking to you, shithead. You just cost me $6,000. $6,000 and one Cadillac. That's right. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it, asshole? You fucking shit. Where did you learn your trade, you stupid fucking cunt, you idiot? Whoever told you that you could work with men?
Could I,
Oh, I'm gonna have your job, shithead. I'm going downtown. I'm gonna talk to Mitch and Murray. I'm going to Lemkin. I don't care whose nephew you are, who you know, whose dick you're sucking on. You're going out. I swear to you, you're going.
Let's get this done.
Anyone in this office lives on his wits. I'm gonna be with you in a second. What you're hired for is to help us. Does that seem clear to you? To help us, not to fuck us up. To help men who are going out there to try to earn a living, you fairy. You company man. I'll tell you something else. I hope you rip the joint off. I can tell our friend here a little something might help him to catch you. You want to learn the first rule you'd know if you ever spent a day in your life. You never open your mouth till you know what the shot is. You fucking child.
Shelley Levine has a problem. Someone he cares for deeply is in the hospital. Moss also has a problem. A problem that makes him feel out of control. He feels like a victim of all the bullshit that surrounds him. Everything seems like it is happening to him and no one else. The leads are shit. The properties are shit. Everything is shit and it's all someone else's fault. In particular, it's the office manager's fault. He's the cause. Moss is a bully. He'll try to strong-arm force what he wants, but he will just as quickly back down if confronted with indifference. Williamson's specialty. Shelley Levine tries to play on sympathy. He basically begs for a good lead. Again, when he is met with the wall of indifference, Levine looks nearly ready to give up completely. That is until Roma walks in. Shelley follows him to the bar where he spies a potential victim. See, Roma is a predator. When Levine walks into a room, he sees people in far better situations than his own. But when Roma walks in, he sees meals. He pulls the victim in with a joke. Once Levine sees the man at work, he leaves, dejected by the weather. Aronow has a different problem, however, than all of them. He has a debilitating case of who gives a fuck. And give up. Shelley Levine tries to play confronted with indifference. Williamson's specialty. Shelley Levine, office. Everything is shit and it's all someone else's fault. In particular, it's the office manager's fault. He's the cause. Moss is a bully. He'll try to strong-arm force what he wants, but he will just as quickly back down if confronted with indifference. Williamson's specialty. Shelley Levine tries to play on sympathy. He basically begs for a good lead. Again, when he is met with the wall of indifference, Levine looks nearly ready to give up completely. On sympathy with indifference. Once, but Moss is a bully. He'll try to strong-arm force what he wants, but he will just as quickly back down if confronted with indifference. Williamson's specialty. Shelley Levine tries to play on sympathy. He basically begs for a good lead. Again, when he is met with the wall of indifference, Levine looks nearly ready to give up completely. That is until Roma walks in. Shelley follows him to the bar where he spies a potential victim. See, Roma is a predator. When Levine walks into a room, he sees people in far better situations than his own. But when Roma walks in, he sees meals. He pulls the victim in with a joke. Once Levine sees the man at work, he leaves, dejected by the weather. Aronow has a different problem, however, than all of them. He has a debilitating case of who gives a fuck. His spine has liquefied and slithered away from him. He has the opportunities, but isn't courageous enough to hear a no and not accept it. Soon we're introduced to the theme, weakness, the weakness of lies. Every character has a weakness. Coincidentally, this weakness is the very thing that is holding them back. Every good character has it, a thing which, when exposed, can cripple them. It was Achilles' heel that felled a mighty warrior, a green glowing rock that killed a man of steel, the disappointment of his son which drove the oil man to the brink of insanity. In Glengarry Glen Ross, Blake, played by Adam Baldwin, stabs for the heart of each salesman, and as a result, becomes the antagonist whose effect is felt even when he isn't around.
The leads are weak.
The leads are weak. Fucking leads are weak. You're weak.
Blake manages to do what any antagonist should do, and that is to attack our hero's weakness. Each salesman has something at the core of their being that they regret, something that they've lost, or something they crave. Alec Baldwin's character can sense their wants in their demeanor.
And your name is your wanting. And you can't play in the man's game. You can't close them. And go home and tell your wife your troubles.
He, just like Roma, is an apex predator. He can see the weakness in the room before the weakness even makes itself known. Meanwhile, Roma is searching for the weakness in a depressed-looking man's eyes. When Roma first saw the man, he saw not a person, but a victim, prey to a predator. He spends hours feeding the man drinks, playing and preying on any latent homosexual feelings he might have, then awkwardly segueing into the stock market. Roma is calming fears. It's just money. The food we eat just keeps us going. What is important is living for the experience. Whenever he attacks, it's a probing attack. It's like a boxer, darting in, feigning, just to see if he flinches. The thing that Roma has going for him is that he isn't, in the strictest sense, lying. He is very convinced of his philosophy, and because of this, the victim is drawn into his web. Roma attacks the man's weakness so effectively. His weakness is a sort of need to be loved and feel important, that he has convinced this man that he is his friend. He dances around the lie, but never steps his toe in. Now that the social lubricant has been applied and the man is vulnerable, Roma is ready to pounce. He preys on the man's insecurity and reassures him that when he dies, he will be comfortable to know that he won't be taking any of this with him. Might as well live for now while we can.
It's just, you tried to stave off insecurity. You can't do it. No, that's what I'm telling you. Stocks, bonds, objects of art, real estate, what are they? An opportunity.
Roma is gearing the victim up, sliding in closer to the man, doing whatever he can to make that sale. Just like a lion on a gazelle, running itself close to death for a meal. Roma is the thesis of a salesman, while the others represent the various antithesis versions of a salesman. While the others represent the various antithesis versions of a salesman. Blake, on the other hand, is all of the above and none. He is separate yet the same. He is the career salesman who has learned all of his mistakes and survived long enough to become rich. He is the embodiment of the thesis statement that salesmen are the last people you want knowing your weaknesses.
What's the problem, pal? You, Moss. You're such a hero. You're so rich. How come you're coming down here and wasting your time with such a bunch of bums? You see this watch? Yeah. That watch costs more than your car. I made $970,000 last year. How much you make? You see, pal, that's who I am, and you're nothing.
He is likely aware of each individual's problems, what they desire. He could see it in their eyes. See, while Roma is probing to see if he can get a meal, Blake knows where his meal is coming from. He can spot a wounded gazelle from 100 yards off. He is an apex predator, top of the food chain. To motivate his soldiers, he uses the skill that he knows how to use best, the ability to attack the weakness. He attacks Shelley's weakness first. Blake opines about Shelley's being less than a man, not even a real salesman, something not even worthy of a cup of coffee.
You call yourself a salesman, you son of a bitch?
Aronow has his manhood attacked in similar fashion, but when a man gets used to abuse, he becomes immune to motivation. Blake doesn't waste any more of his time on him and instead decides to focus on the one who still has a chance. Blake knows what Moss wants. Many people would like to have what he has, but where Moss is different is in the fact that he is motivated by anger and jealousy. Blake focuses on it. He makes it his mission to make him angry, perhaps hoping the anger he feels will motivate him. And then in a way, it does. Then again, a loser is a loser. In a way, Blake motivates all of them, except for Aronow, because nobody can motivate him, for he is the antithesis. He is the burnout. At the point where our protagonists are at their lowest point, we are introduced to the character's want. This is different than the need. Want is a thing that characters believe they need, but is actually harmful to their success. Every character in that room desires the Glengarry leads. They're pink, pretty, wrapped in a gold tie like a present, and to every salesman in that room, they would be a present. But it is likely in their current mindset it would be a waste of their money. See, people often make the mistake of believing that the world is aligned against them, that if certain people were not actively trying to stop their success, they would be successful. To each of these salesmen, the new leads are their ticket to success, but in the world of Blake, you can't have them. So each salesman, Moss and Levine, start devising plans to obtain their success. So they firmly believe that their success depends on these leads, that they are willing to do crooked things to get. Moss, being a bully, focuses on getting Aronow to steal the leads for him, Because for all his bluster and screaming, Moss is a tiny dog shivering, barking at the big dogs. He tries to manipulate Aronow, and the schlub is so defeated by life that he doesn't realize that Moss is trying to sell him something. Moss is a coward, and he attempts strong-arm sales. He uses intimidation, and up to this point, he has not been able to recruit anyone to join his cause. By the time Aronow sees that a slipknot was sliding in around his feet, Moss has already triggered the trap, ensuring at least, he believes, Aronow's helped to steal the good leads from Williamson's office. However, no one is scared of a coward. Meanwhile, Levine tries to sell Williamson an idea. Sell me the leads, and I'll give you a percentage of my sales. But Williamson's strength is indifference. His specialty is in saying no. He sets Levine in a catch-22, a position that he can't possibly succeed in. He wants money up front, but Levine needs to sell in order to buy them, but he believes that he can't sell without a lead. Levine's weakness is desperation. They can smell it on him. The prey doesn't fear the hunter, and the hunter makes the mistake of wanting. Shelley Levine lives on lies and deceit. It requires of him an immense amount of concentration and energy to convince anyone that his lies are sincere. Only those who are gullible prey fall for this type of sale, and in Levine's diminished capacity, no one's buying what he's selling. After wallowing in all of his human weakness, we are shown once again strength. Roma has zeroed in on his target, and has managed to set his trap. Roma, unlike the other salesmen, does not have a weakness. His strength is truth. His very own brand of truth. Roma knows that a man alone at a bar, sad, drinking his troubles away, is wishing he either did or didn't do something. So the tip of Roma's pointy spear is empathy. He tells the man that he's going to regret the things he did not do. He tells him that regret is a middle-class morality and that he would do best to be rid of it himself. He plays upon the man's need to feel loved, to have control. Forget gods, forget heaven and hell, Roma says, because hell exists on earth and it's equivalent to living a life full of regret. The man is an artist. The type of man who could charm a woman into a quickie at a truck stop bathroom. Roma's trap is the trap of a universal truth. When opportunity came knocking, did I answer the door? If not, I'll always wonder what could have happened if I just took a chance. The man, sad, drinking away his regrets, is drawn to him, even attracted to him. And this is how Roma eats. After Roma lands his deal, we are treated to a subtle reminder that, like Blake, Roma is an apex predator. Before we meet Blake, we first see his car. A red BMW seemingly parked with total disregard for the law with the back end sticking out into the road. When Roma pulls up the next day, he does the same thing right in full view of a cop. Up to this point, Roma seems unbeatable, top of the world, sitting pretty, but he is still human. And as such, he is prone to error. He is also at the whim of the chaos of nature. His contracts have been stolen, and the only sale he has is in danger of slipping away. When he sees James Link, he looks haggard like he hasn't slept all night. Roma, being the apex predator that he is, sees the fox, who seems willing to gnaw his own leg off to escape the snare he put himself in, and Roma resorts, in his compromised condition, to lying, the opposite of what got him the sale in the first place. Williamson, in his arrogance, isn't careful. Because he is not a real salesman, as the others have been telling him this whole time, he blows the only sale Roma has for sure.
You stupid fucking cunt. You're fucking shit. Where did you learn your trade, you stupid fucking cunt, you idiot? Whoever told you that you could work with men? I'm going downtown. I'm gonna talk to Mitch and Murray. I'm going to Lemkin. I don't care whose nephew you are, who you know, whose dick you're sucking on, you're going out. I swear to you, you're going.
Let's get this done.
Anyone in this office lives on his wits. What you're hired for is to help us. Does that seem clear to you? To help us, not to fuck us up. You want to learn the first rule you'd know if you ever spent a day in your life. You never open your mouth till you know what the shot is. You fucking child.
You are a shithead, Williamson.
What can we learn about this? Well, we can learn that weakness is interesting. It is the linchpin of conflict. Without weakness, there is no danger of failure. There is no major threat to look out for. A conflict can come from anywhere. We have conflict looking for a parking spot at work and relationships, but what makes the conflict interesting is in how the characters chose to attack each other's weakness, or attack their own. The hero must undergo a painful change to succeed, and there is something very interesting about a man or a woman struggling to fix who they are or risk losing everything. I often hear people criticize plots of world-ending proportions because they say it has been done to death, and there may be some truth to that. But the real
As the old saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, meaning that, all things considered, it is ultimately up to audiences to discern what art has merit. And yet the history of art is one in which the value of that which portrays truth and beauty has been, bit by bit, wrestled away from audiences in favor of an elite class. No, dear viewer, you are too unwashed and rough around the edges to know good art from bad. Why, I bet you don't even have a degree. Here, let me, the sniveling intellectual, tell you what is what. And the hilarious side effect this creates is twofold. First, you have those glorious instances in which audiences love and lavish praise on something they weren't supposed to. But you also have instances when something is hailed as a glowing masterpiece by cosmopolitan circles, only for it to be met with indifference by audiences. But never fear, you card-carrying members of the artistic aristocracy. If something is completely ignored by us commoners despite your glowing praise and mountains of awards, just wait a few decades and call it an underappreciated masterpiece. Such is the case with Glengarry Glen Ross, a 1992 film about real estate salesmen carried by an all-star cast including Al Pacino, Kevin Spacey, Alec Baldwin, Jack Lemmon, Ed Harris. Holy shit, when Alan fucking Arkin is bringing up the rear of your ensemble, you know the studio pulled out all the stops to make sure this thing shined. But the problem with GGGR is that it's all flash with little to no substance, which is why movie audiences gave it a collective meh. If you've only ever watched a YouTube clip or two of this movie, then I have some good news for you, because there is literally nothing else in its 1 hour, 40-minute runtime that you missed. In this scene, Jack Lemmon begs Kevin Spacey to give him some of the good leads. Kevin Spacey firmly says no. Then this happens 50 more times, yielding the exact same results. Hey, come on, just let me get some of the good leads. No. Now, hey, hold on now. Let me get some of the good leads. No. Now, let me just talk to you for a second. Let me get some of those good leads. No. Then there's Ed Harris and Alan Arkin. Harris thinks everything is bullshit, and Arkin is a bit of a pushover who goes along with whatever everyone else is saying. This is bullshit. It is, it's bullshit. Again, this exchange happens over and over. All I'm saying is this is bullshit. Yep, I agree, it's bullshit. Then periodically Al Pacino pops up to break the monotony and say something interesting, before announcing that he'll be at the restaurant so we can get back to characters repeating their characterization. But if you've seen any one scene from this movie, it's probably the famous one where Alec Baldwin berates the salesman for being losers, before leaving the movie so we can get back to the other characters verbally repeating the exact same thing over and over again. And that's it, that's the entire movie. But wait, no. This is a deep film that offers a borderline nihilistic critique of the world of sales. These are men desperately clinging to warped ideas of masculinity and bravado who don't produce anything, grow anything, build anything. They are essentially worthless to the modern world and are forced to cling to the idea that their value as men derives from their ability to sell. Baldwin's character literally refers to sales as the man's game. Pacino refers to sales as
men who are going out there to try to earn a living, you fairy.
All very riveting stuff that's only about 50 years too late. Death of a Salesman, written in 1949, similarly explores sales as a vessel for fulfilling these ideals. Similarly refers to them as being a vessel for masculinity. Similarly ends in the shattering of a pathetic character's delusions of grandeur, and depicts an almost nihilistic worldview for the lives of men with no actual purpose. But the problem with this worldview is that, aside from the fact that audiences aren't quite as keen as critics and journalists to hear about how awful the world around them is, it simply does not reflect reality. Reality that has always been, generally speaking, what is reflected back to us in art that the beholder treasures. Even in fantasy and science fiction, we see our anxieties and questions reflected back at us. But in Glengarry Glen Ross, the only thing there is made up bullshit. You see, I once took part in The Man's Game, I got a job in sales, and as embarrassing as it is to admit, I was suckered. For months, I would get up, go to an office, and try and mostly fail to sell. There was lots of chest puffing, bragging, demeaning, masculinity challenging, and what made it hilarious was that essentially no one in the entire office could sell a thing. Everyone there who was successful was so because of connections they already had when they walked in the door. If you came in and knew a bunch of people, you'd succeed. If you didn't, you wouldn't. One time I convinced a veterinary office with 30 employees to let me present to the whole staff. So I grabbed my manager, the one who swore up and down, day after day, that he could sell anything to anyone, and we bought the office lunch while they heard our pitch. And when it was over, not a single person bought a thing. I will never forget the drive back as he kept saying to himself, over and over, never had that happen before. Never had that happen before. Now, you may hear all this and think that the world I'm describing isn't unlike Glengarry Glen Ross, but I've left out something important: Fridays. Because on Friday, every single Friday, our day started with a motivational meeting. And every single meeting started the exact same way, with the office manager making everyone sit down and watch a movie clip. Yes, the office manager played this clip every single week, and honestly any chance he could. Because in the case of Glengarry Glen Ross, it is not art that imitates life. It is art that life imitates. The allure of sales captures many a young man looking for direction in life. And whenever I happen upon someone who stumbled into this world, they all have the same story. That somewhere along the line, their manager played this clip to the staff. So not only does Glengarry Glen Ross not reflect reality, it managed to make reality worse for its very existence.
In this video, I'm going to tell you a story about a man. It's a story that has been replicated over and over and over in government, in show business, in business boardrooms, restaurant franchises. This time, it's about a man with a small social media empire on YouTube. A man who uses his clout and his fame to lure mentally and financially vulnerable women from his community into sexual encounters which he records and then, without their consent, shares with others. It's about how that man developed such a stranglehold over his community that no one, no matter how disgusted they are, will dare call him out for this, even when it becomes public knowledge. And most importantly, this is a story about power, and of how normal human feelings can be contorted to serve a machine to make a man immune to the effects of the abuse he has inflicted on an astonishing number of people. Stephen Bennell II, or as he's known online, Destiny, is a highly successful political streamer and content creator who has garnered infamy not just for public outbursts and controversial political positions, but also for an impressive number of public threats, sexual scandals, and even outright criminal actions. This recently culminated on November 29th of 2024, when an anonymous Discord and Kiwi Farms user going by the name Solo Leaks published a large repository of private messages and pornographic images and videos of Destiny with various men and women to Discord and Kiwi Farms, recordings that Destiny had shared to strangers without the consent of the people in them. It's important to note that this is not the first time that Destiny has been the subject of a large sexual scandal involving non-consensually leaked intimate material. All the way back in 2012, Destiny was caught up in a scandal involving a competitive StarCraft 2 player called Blue T, who had tweeted out a photo of his genitals. This was in retaliation for Destiny previously leaking nude images of her to his friends on Skype, wherein he laughed at how quote-unquote fucking hideous her face was compared to her quote-unquote beautiful body. In 2021, Destiny had a romantic entanglement with a YouTube streamer named Anna Voir. Anna would go on to become known for insisting, often tearfully, that she was actually in a long-term romantic relationship with Destiny, which Destiny denied, painting her as crazy to his audience. It was later revealed that in fact, while Destiny was insisting to his audience that Anna was insane, he was actually sexting her the entire time, and referring to her with terms such as princess in their conversations. Anna threatened to post these sexually charged texts to prove that she wasn't crazy and that this was all actually taking place. And in retaliation, Destiny threatened in public to leak her nude photos if she did so.
Like if you and I had like sexted or something or traded nudes and you were like, I'm gonna leak your nudes, and I go, fuck you, if you leak my nudes, I'm gonna leak your nudes. Is that like blackmail or is that like abusive? I disagree.
So do you think that leaking sexting and leaking nudes is proportional, or do you think it's a proportional response in the way that you're reacting to them?
I think it's about proportional. Because you're leaking like sexual material and shit from another person. Yeah, fuck it, I think it's proportional.
Destiny has also at least once admitted to accidentally sending homemade videos of him and his wife to people who his wife did not in advance approve. Approve of in accordance with a previous agreement that he wouldn't.
Me and Melina had a conversation about, there were a few girls we talked to, it was like, oh cool, like we should record videos of like us fucking shit and send it to people, like it's fun. I kind of like have like my little archive of like Coomer material that I'll send to people if I want to. There were girls that I talked to past that I'd send stuff of like either me and Melina, and Melina talked to me and she was like, hey, if you're gonna send any videos to new girls that we haven't talked about, like let me know that first. Because she wanted to be careful. And so I was like, oh, okay, sure, that was fine. I didn't think about it at the time because I didn't think it mattered. But for the first thing, like, okay, yeah, I should have like checked 100% with Melina, but like this.
Other examples of threats and sexual misconduct made by Destiny are plentiful, but the general point is this: Destiny has a very bad history when it comes to sharing intimate material of people that he is sexually involved with without their consent, and of using the threat of their release to keep people in line. If this brings a certain Diddy to mind, you are not alone. Like with Diddy, when people speak out about Destiny's misconduct, the responses vary from silence to dismissal to outright threats of exposing their intimate information and media. Unlike with Diddy, these aren't just allegations, we have the receipts. In 2023, Destiny's wife Melina publicly separated from him. In response, Destiny went on stream and indicated multiple times that he was confident that Melina would not leak any unsavory details about the relationship to the public because he too had compromising information on her and logs that would seriously harm Melina's reputation if they were revealed. Whereas, since his reputation around relationships was already so low, he would be effectively immune to the consequences.
Why do you think that she isn't going to leak or talk shit? Melina will not leak or talk shit about any of this because she knows that everything about this makes her look like a fucking satanic demon. She knows that. She's threatened it a million times, like, I'm gonna start leaking everything. Oh, yeah, let's go. Okay, if you really want to, holy f, because my reputation is already zero in regards to our relationship. Everybody thinks I'm a horrible piece of shit. Okay, if you really want to, holy f, because my reputation is already zero in regards to our relationship. Everybody thinks I'm a horrible piece of shit. We want to start leaking shit, we can do it.
Fast forward to November 2024. Due to the solo leaks, it has come to light that Destiny has been sharing intimate private messages, nude images, and pornographic videos with a 19-year-old OnlyFans creator called Rose, who he was sexually interested in at the time. Rose leaked these to a Discord and Kiwi Farms user called Solo Leaks, who may, for all we know, be Rose herself. who then published them to Discord and to Kiwi Farms. These leaks included intimate romantic and sexual DMs between Destiny and Lauren Southern, who Destiny had long denied being romantically involved with while she became increasingly present in his public personal life and on stream, despite being publicly at odds with each other politically on the surface. Destiny even once described her activism as involving, quote-unquote, drowning refugees. These DMs revealed that in fact, Destiny and Lauren Southern had been mutually declaring their love and admiration for each other, including expressing intentions to separate from their respective partners to marry each other. All of this was happening behind the scenes despite Destiny publicly claiming to his audience that he and Lauren were not involved, and while he was publicly accusing his wife Melina of lying and of being controlling privately when she would express displeasure about the relationship and when she requested that Destiny stop associating with Southern. In addition to these leaks, which not only severely compromised Lauren Southern's career and personal life, but also established that Destiny was lying when he accused his wife of being delusional and controlling about the affair, Solo Leaks also published a massive dump of revenge pornography, which featured various sexual encounters with numerous men and women that Destiny had recorded and sent to Rose as part of their flirtations, which incidentally include references to how he recorded other people not included in the dump, including a recording of a sexual encounter with someone he met on the gay dating app Grindr with no mention of having alerted this person. To the fact that they were being recorded. Note, it is a felony to record sex acts without consent in the state of Florida. So to recap, Destiny, who has a long history of threatening associates, friends, and family with public humiliation and exposure through releasing revenge pornography and intimate messages, actually did leak a tremendous quantity of compromising, sexually humiliating messages, images, and videos featuring other people to at least one person without their consent. These were then publicly leaked, and the reaction has been total silence. Nothing. Historically, Destiny has always been boldly willing to threaten leaking private intimate material such as during his separation from his wife, or to expose nude images to retaliate against women he was slandering, like Anna, or even just for the sheer pleasure of it, as in the case of Blue Tea mentioned earlier, where the only purpose was revenge. This time, however, somehow, there is nothing. Not by Destiny, nor by anybody else. No streams, no video exposés, no tweets by any notable figures denouncing what is an obvious massive breach in ethics and consent. Nothing. Which begs the question, why? Why is everyone being so silent about something that by all rights should be a massive sex and abuse scandal about one of online politics' biggest and most controversial figures? As I said at the beginning of this video, this is not just a story about a man, but about power and how power works. And it's not a story that is new. At the center of this scandal is a concerted effort by Destiny's friends, associates, and community to conceal and hide his wrongdoings by any and all means. This includes deleting any mentions of the leaks on Discord and Reddit, obfuscating the issue by acting as if the leaks only contain private sexual behaviors and therefore aren't anyone else's business, or even offering money to the victims in exchange for their silence. Now, if one were to say that the creators around Destiny were simply remaining silent about this scandal in order to continue to capitalize on their friendship with Destiny and have access to his audience, this would be a misleading oversimplification. Some people are doing that for sure, and some people in fact are even going out of their way to run interference to protect Destiny from the consequences of his actions. But this is not a story about the nefarious deeds of evil men and women, but about power. And it turns out that in fact a lot of people are simply afraid. Afraid of what they have a moral right or a public sanction to say given the sensitive nature of these leaks, and afraid of the retribution of Destiny and those in his audience if they say something that angers him. A very large creator in YouTube commentary called Nicholas DeOrio, disgusted at the obvious sexual abuse and public coercion he was witnessing coming from Destiny and his defenders, and frustrated by the fact that people were beginning to lump him in with the others who were actively covering for Destiny, reached out to me directly to clarify why he was not being more vocal. He told me that, due to the sensitive nature of the material, despite being very confident about Destiny's guilt, he was very conflicted about coming forward against Destiny on behalf of the victims in this story without them voluntarily coming forward first. This was for two reasons. First, Destiny has a history of persuading his victims to come to his defense during a scandal. This happened once when a creator called Mr. Girl infamously attempted to accuse Destiny of lying about his relationship with Anna Voir, and in response, Destiny produced recent DMs between himself and Anna in which he got her to say that her own quoted claims against Destiny were false. And here it is notable that the fact that these DMs were between the alleged abuser and his victim did not seem to affect their credibility in the eyes of his audience. And second, because of Destiny's ability to use his hold over his massive audience to deal serious reputational and financial damage to people who he feels have slighted him. Nicholas refers explicitly here to the reputational damage Destiny inflicted on another commentary YouTuber called Chudlogic when he was approached by Destiny's now ex-wife Melina to give her side of the story about the Lauren Southern affair.
So, I mean, I've privately told everybody I'm completely distancing myself from this guy, waiting for this bomb to go off. But I don't want to be the one to fucking light it. But I mean, I feel stupid. I sent Destiny like a message of support at the beginning of this,
Really?
like about his dick getting
man.
leaked, not about this part of it. Like, oh, it's a shame that your fucking dick got leaked or whatever, which I guess is still valid.
I didn't
but,
realize how bad it was initially. I thought the big thing was the Lauren Southern leaks. I thought, oh, he's got sex tapes. Okay, surprise, surprise.
Well, in the
I
back
didn't
of my
realize
head,
it
I was thinking, why would all these people consent to their fucking nudes being exchanged?
Well, the answer
Why
is they
would that even
wouldn't.
happen? They would absolutely not. They absolutely wouldn't. And it's like, and I haven't really been able to talk about this with anybody because I'm at like a fucking. It's a huge risk to even discuss it because this guy's got such a chokehold over his community. But I legitimately think if it ever comes up, I absolutely think that's career ending, and I don't think that could be defended. And if it can be defended by his community, it would fucking completely destroy. I mean, yeah, his reputation's in the toilet. It could be lower.
Well, it could be. It's
absolutely
also
be lower.
it's in the toilet with people who care to know.
Yeah, no, I think this is a viral everyone story, video, like community-wide story. If this cover-up ever comes out,
What specifically would have to happen to trigger some kind of, determinate position on this in public for you?
I mean, I'll be super candid about it. You would need to talk.
Yeah, would you have to talk publicly, or would you just
Yeah.
have to see it?
No, I think I've already seen it. I think she needs to talk publicly because if anything, if it comes down to it and Destiny convinces her privately to take that other... Look what happened with Chud Logic and Lauren Southern. He had Melina coming to him and telling him these things directly. And he was put in a position where he can either eat shit and be hated by that community and lose a huge percentage of his audience to the point where I had to pick up the other half of the slack and like help him out, right, to keep him afloat. Or he could just leak those messages and be justified immediately, and it would start like a huge conflict. And I guess he did the right thing by loyalty, but like, you know what I mean? It's like, if you don't have the person, then it's you fighting on behalf of somebody else. And I've seen this go down so many times with content creators where if they don't have the support of the actual victim in the situation, you're fighting a losing battle from day one.
So principally, your concern is that you're going to take a pretty big financial / audience hit if you were to do
Well, I think there's a genuine risk that I'm going to get left out to dry here, because if she doesn't say anything, or even worse, if she comes out and says it's not true, then I'm fucked.
A lot of people who would otherwise potentially be ready to support the victims of Destiny's systemic abuse of female and male colleagues are stuck between wanting to call foul on some truly reprehensible behavior and the realization that if they did, there are so many ways to spin them as the villains through Destiny's further manipulation of the victims and of his massive following. Two particularly aggressive defenders of Destiny have been Not So Erudite and Dan Saltman, who are both colleagues and close members of his inner circle. Both have gone out of their way either to dissuade him. Two particularly aggressive defenders of Destiny have been Not So Erudite and Dan Saltman, who are both colleagues and close members of his inner circle. Both have gone out of their way either to dissuade attempts to bring up the issue of Destiny's non-consensual sharing of intimate material of other people publicly, or to directly discourage his victims from speaking out or taking legal action. A major consequence of Destiny's silence and the silence of the people around him on this issue is that all of the negative consequences for these leaks have been borne by the victims, who are still being publicly shamed and harassed as I speak. However, faux concern for their well-being and their wishes to remain as anonymous and private as possible has been used to shut down any discussion where Destiny might be held responsible for endangering them in the first place. The perverse result is that Destiny's crimes against these people are effectively being weaponized as their own defense against others who would call him out for them. For example, when one community member known as Fairy Queen questioned Not-So-Erudite's continued association with Destiny, given the revelation that he had been sharing porn of people he streams with without their consent, and given Not-So-Erudite's own avowals of being a mental health expert and a feminist, Not-So-Erudite claimed that she was in communication with own avowals of being a mental health expert and a feminist. Not-So-Erudite claimed that she was in communication with the victims behind the scenes and that they didn't want any additional attention, and so therefore, Not-So-Erudite was actually doing the moral thing by not holding Destiny accountable for victimizing them in the first place and for personally continuing to profit from the reputation of Destiny by whom she was employed. When pressed on this, Not-So-Erudite promptly terminated the conversation. But it turns out that Not-So-Erudite was telling the truth when she said she was communicating on behalf of the victims, because as it turns out, she was from very early on the primary middleman negotiating the price of their silence. Enter Pixie. Pixie is a tiny streamer who, like Destiny's wife Melina, was visually identifiable in the leaks. Pixie had been working closely with Destiny since she turned 20 years old in 2019, and in addition to appearing on stream together regularly, Destiny also got her involved in paid positions organizing for canvassing projects, like with Progressive Victory, who he partnered with in 2024, and she would accompany him multiple times to large podcast appearances such as the Whatever podcast, which he would pay for her to be flown out to. Pixie had, for a very long time, repeatedly tried to present herself as an example of a woman who could succeed as a part of Destiny's orbit, without being a member of his oft-rumored harem of women who offer him sexual favors in exchange for exposure and stream time. In light of these leaks, that image has obviously been shattered, and she has received the brunt of negative reactions to the scandal, since people who hate Destiny and hate the politics of the people in his group are eager to laugh at the hypocrisy of one of them, even if it means joining in the mass harassment of someone who is in fact a victim of revenge porn. Unfortunately, Pixie did the worst thing that someone in her position could do. Rather than seek legal recourse or make a public statement denouncing the violation of her consent and dignity that these leaks represented, she seems to have ultimately chosen to try and profit from the situation by extorting Destiny. An American citizen who finds themselves a victim of revenge pornography has several valid actions they can take. Let's go over 3. First, they can seek legal recourse. In fact, there is a federal law on the books as of 2022 that allows victims of non-consensual exchanging of explicit material to be compensated up to $150,000, and that's even if the leaks were not necessarily done maliciously, but only with reckless disregard for the consent of the victims. The victims may even have their identity concealed. Second, they may make a public statement denouncing the person who leaked the materials and violated their consent. And in fact, this can be done in conjunction with the first option I mentioned. And finally, they can choose to do nothing. They can stay silent and hope that it all blows over. And this is their right. But Pixie did not do any of these. In an exchange that I have learned has since been circulated among the entire commentary community on YouTube and virtually everyone in Destiny's circle, Not-So-Erudite can be seen haggling with Pixie over the amount of money that would be appropriate for Destiny to pay her to not involve the court system or to denounce him publicly. First, Pixie uses the implicit threat of her impending suicide and a scheduled note announcing it to pressure Destiny to pay out a significant sum of money, and then later switches to vague threats of public denunciations and legal action. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, her friend Straightraid was colluding to advise Destiny to offer to help her financially as penance to stave off her threats of self-harm, a situation that would obviously be a reputational disaster for Destiny. Note, Straightraid Raid has also explicitly said that she did not consider the situation serious enough to warrant a wellness check. As revealed in earlier DMs between Pixie and Destiny prior to this conversation with Not So Erudite, Pixie and her friend Straighterade had used the specter of her impending suicide to alarm Destiny enough that he would be receptive to suggestions of financial compensation. Apparently, Pixie was hopeful from the beginning that she could get as much as a $1 million payout from Destiny, which Straighterade had to repeatedly talk her down from. The condition of this financial compensation is, of course, Pixie's continued silence. This would seem to imply that Pixie's decision to not go public is not because she is afraid of the repercussions, or else she wouldn't be threatening Destiny directly with legal action or public denunciations, but because she wants to profit personally off of extorting Destiny, who also, it must be remembered, is a victim of revenge porn. Destiny may be the one responsible for the leaker having the images in the first place, but he shared them recklessly, not maliciously. And of course, he has endured public humiliation as well for this. Destiny's close friend and podcast co-host Dan Saltman, the CEO of Redact, had also reportedly gone behind Destiny's back to advise Pixie to make financial demands of Destiny, as well as to ask her to dissuade Destiny from taking legal action against Kiwi Farms for hosting the leaks. Pixie has since said nothing publicly. There has been no evidence of legal proceedings being pursued, and she has seemingly ceased communications with the people she was previously working with, instead posting on X about taking the LSAT in pursuit of law school. It appears as though her attempt to extort Destiny has probably paid off, albeit at the expense of every other person Destiny has victimized in the past and will victimize in the future. And so we can see the circuit completing itself. Destiny seeks out vulnerable women in his community who are enamored by his fame and success. He engages them intimately and records the interactions. Then he hoards these recordings and he shares them with reckless abandon, even occasionally threatening their release if the people in them do something to displease him. And when finally, the obvious result of recklessly sharing these intimate images with strangers occurs and they are publicly exposed for all to see to the detriment of these people's reputations, mental health, and safety, he is able to buy off his victims and use their purchased silence as moral ammunition to shut down anyone who would try to hold him accountable for what is clearly grossly unethical conduct. Destiny and the web he has created around himself is creating victims, and if it is allowed to continue, it will create more. I urge everyone to pay attention and to warn people about the danger they are putting themselves into by engaging with Destiny and his community. These are people who have been handpicked for their willingness to not just remain passive in the wake of intimate and potentially life-ruining abuse, but to also become accomplices in silencing the victims. And the victims are also selected, either for mental illness, allowing them to be easily construed as hysterical or deceptive when they complain about their treatment, or for financial vulnerability, allowing them to be easily paid off by Destiny for their silence. Thanks to certain individuals revealing to me the extent to which people are knowingly allowing or even actively taking part in the system of abuse and cover-up, I have realized that by withholding what I know of the situation, I am playing directly into Destiny's game. Someone needs to break the chain, or people are going to continue to be hurt. I've linked my full conversation with Nicholas DeOrio in the description of this video. As always, thank you for listening, and take care. It has been 1 day since Kyla blamed the union in Canada and lied to them for her not being able to get to the United States after staying there illegally because she didn't bother to know the immigration rules before going over, defecting to another country to podcast with a sex pest. She's since decided, as a quick recap, that she is going to move more into women topics, like presumably something to do with metacognition and hopefully how to avoid being victimized by an abusive millionaire like Stephen Bennell. What am I talking about? Of course she's not going to. She's licking his feet while primarily marketing her channel off of hers. She has a very strange mirror at the back of her studio now that specifically shows off her feet, which are bare. Very, very odd. I am very, very confused, very perplexed, and disturbed and horrified. Let's begin. This is what nobody tells us about internet fame. Lots of erudite is convinced that she's famous, apparently.
This year has given me a lot of time away from streaming, and therefore a lot of time to think about content creation and kind of my role, but also my thoughts within it. One of the things that I've noticed that I think is unhealthy in regards to how I engage with my own content, when I meet people in person and they ask about my content and they want to see some of it, or like if we go out and Nick's like, yeah, she's a YouTuber, and people
Oh yeah, no, she really got a foot mirror. You want to see this? Of course you don't, but I'm going to show you anyways. Because it's horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. I mean, not that horrifying, just kind of disturbing. It's especially disturbing because, let's be real, it has nothing to do with her audience, okay? Nothing to do with her audience at all. That mirror at the back of the wall here, that ain't for the audience. That's for Stevie Boy. Stevie Boy who likes little feeties.
asked to see my channel, which happened a lot, for example, in Canada, I noticed that I feel embarrassed for people to look at my channel. Is it because I disagree with what I'm saying? I'm being way more bombastic than I should be, and I'm presenting myself in a way that I think is unbecoming of myself. And
I don't know, Kyla. Are you? Are you? Also, why are your feet so dirty? Take a shower, lady.
And the answer is actually no. I am okay with people seeing all the parts of me. How I am on stream, when I'm live streaming, is probably the most me you're gonna get. Because of that, there is a certain amount of embarrassment showing, for example, friends from before my social media career, because there's parts of me I think they don't know. However, this past year I've spent a lot of time figuring out more about me, and there's been this really kind of unexpected journey of
Destiny also pays not to wash them. I buy it.
self-appreciation, but more specifically, feeling cherished by the people around me. There was this quote I became obsessed with when I was like 16, which is about, it says, "The girl was like the moon. She always keeps a part of her hidden." And I think I was so obsessed with that quote because that was true of me. It really was. I always kept little parts of me hidden from everyone. For example, most of my friends growing up had no idea that I thought gaming and anime were cool, and I enjoyed.
Ugh. Most people didn't realize that I wasn't just like those super popular girls. I liked video games and anime. Guys, you have a chance, guys. Ugh. Ugh. God. These fucking people.
Enjoyed it, right? All of them are shocked. They're like, "You're doing cosplay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I've always."
Wait, that's my face. I don't want my face there. Hang on. One moment. One moment. This is important, okay, guys? Sorry. I'm doing you a favor. That'll do. Okay. You just hang there, Vosh, okay? Protect our eyes.
Always wanted to do cosplay, and they're like, "Really?" Yeah, but they didn't know because I kept that part hidden from me, and it's not because they would judge me necessarily. They might not.
The seething hate for her is weird. I don't hate her. She's a creep. She's an actual predatory creep. And I don't like her. It's fun to make fun of her.
I just assumed for them. I was prideful enough to assume that the parts of me that I wasn't giving them were too bad, that my friends couldn't love them, which is sad. It's sad that I made that choice for my friends. And I'm hoping that through this process, it's hard. I feel like I'm drifting away from a lot of my old friends, but also some of them are being really intentional now as well.
Oh, is she a predatory creep? Because she sells herself as being someone who has expertise in mental health and tries to sell services to people, being a middleman for websites whose entire existence is to make it so that normal people without any expertise can locate a therapist or a psychiatrist from the comfort of their own home in their internet browser. And she sells herself as being an expert so she can tell people, hey, for a $50 fee, I'll send you to somebody in your price bracket, which is now lowered because you paid me. Predatory. Predatory.
To keep building up that relationship.
Wait, hold on. What the fuck is the other camera pointed at? I will show you. It's not pointed at anything. It's just... It literally just exists because Steven has a foot fetish. That's it. That's all this is. Here's what you need to understand, okay? This is why Epstein got away with it for so long. Stephen Bennell makes a lot of money. More money sometimes in a day, in a couple of hours, than I do in a year. Think about that. I think I've heard something to the tune of an Anything Else podcast episode takes in $90,000. That's like a 2 to 3 hour stream. That's nothing. That's like one day. That's one day in a month. $90,000. So here's what happens. People like Not So Erudite, who have no talents, no skills, no credentials, whose prospects $1,000. So here's what happens. People like Not So Erudite, who have no talents, no skills, no credentials, whose prospects are to work at some clinic somewhere as a functionary until they're middle-aged, and then maybe possibly buy a little cottage somewhere, if they're lucky. They are desperate like nothing else to get a little cut. And some of them do. And fundamentally, that's what you're looking at here. You're looking at someone who is, in Red Pill parlance, facing down the wall, because she ain't selling expertise, let me tell you. Trying to insert herself into a situation where she can get as much of somebody else's clout and money as possible while she still has time. And that's it. That's all of this. All of this. Every little bit of it. It's actually the reason I can't hate Kyla. Because here's the thing. Kyla, like most university students, has been done very dirty. She doesn't have a future. She went to university. And she went in knowing, hey, there's no job at the end of this. What do I do? And her entire existence has been trying to dishonestly eke out a living from a degree that was dishonestly sold to her as something that she needs to get. And she doesn't know very much. She's not very smart, but she gave thousands of dollars to a university, years of her life, and she's nothing to show for it. So if she has a way to spin that into a money-making opportunity, why the hell wouldn't she?
And so there's an element of me that's really excited for my pre-social media friends to kind of meet all the other parts of me I kept from them, because I think they'll like me. And so streaming in one way has been incredible because it's given me access to
like this whole shtick right now. Deeply manipulative. But not manipulative to people who watch my channel. Deeply manipulative to the kind of person who's really, really down bad and really, really pathetic. Pathetic enough to go, I'll accept you, Kyla. I appreciate nerdy women. That's who it is. This is a deeply manipulative, deeply scummy individual. I don't hate her for it. She's following her own self-interest. Badly, but she's serving her own self-interest, and I can't demand of her to do otherwise. You can't. But nonetheless, deeply, deeply disingenuous, deeply manipulative person. Nakedly manipulative. See, here's the thing people in my audience don't get, okay? The internet filters people very, very efficiently and we don't see it. When you look at larger audiences, you notice it more. The kind of person who Kyla is appealing to is very dumb. Like, I'm not talking dumb as in like some of the weirdos we debate every now and then who have like crazy, wacky ideas or who are ill-informed about stuff. I'm talking like potato dumb, root vegetable dumb, like rock dumb. That's fair, but how do you know she's not being authentic? I'm going to answer your question with a question in return. Are you 8 years old? Like, Jesus. Legitimately, these people are really, really stupid. I want you to just ponder this for a second, okay? This is what this entire ecosystem, the economy of the whole thing, revolves around. There is a guy who played StarCraft. He was okay at it. Kicked off a couple teams apparently because he said some racist shit or whatever. Who cares? One day, some kid decides to DDoS his account, his internet, okay? So he can't use the internet for whatever, for stuff. Please to know what to do. He calls the dad. Dad can't figure out how to do anything. So he talks about how he plots to buy a gun, and he plans out the route he will take to get to the kid's house, shoot him and the dad so there's no witnesses, and go back home to his streaming career. But the wife and child he will shortly abandon. Afterwards, he shares one woman's nudes, starts sharing burning crosses with people on Twitter, claims that women who get stealth, that is, when someone removes the condom without telling them, are clearly too stupid and immature to be in sexual relationships and should simply refrain. Woman objects to this, tells her he hopes she gets raped to death with a shovel, starts promoting in a very insidious way a white nationalist called Lauren Southern, who he's secretly fucking in the background, lies about his wife being crazy the entire time, sicks his audience on her, threatens her with the dirt he can dig up if she decides to say anything untoward about him. This entire time, by the by, he has also been sexting a woman who has been upset because while he's been sexting this woman and engaging with her privately in the background, he's been telling people on his channel that actually she's crazy and delusional and none of this is taking place. That's all been determined to be real. He's been videotaping and sharing videos of people he has sex with, including colleagues, with random e-girls in order to use the clout and the spectacle in order to seduce them, including private DMs with people he's had intimate relations with, so on and so forth. And after all this has come to light, Not So Erudite has decided to come out and say, look, the internet's a nasty place, guys, and I'm just a babe in the woods, and you know, I think I want to focus more on women issues and whatnot. All of this, by all of these people, every single one of these people, none of it's real, and you're stupid if you think it's real, which works for her, because these people are very stupid, like, not human levels of stupid. Like, I mean, these are people who have been conditioned by their consumption of content to have no metacognition whatsoever, no capacity for thought, not because they're essentially dumb, but because they've been functionally zombified. They've been zombified because these are people for whom life is an empty, dreary, hopeless disaster, and they get to feel like they're a part of something while they're in the fast-scrolling chat, which occasionally gets responded to, and that's it. That's it. And what this is an attempt to scoop up some of those people, because there is a lot of money to be had, because some of those people have also thrown their lives away into careers that rob them of anything relating to any sort of personal growth or humanity or family connection or whatever. But it gives them a lot of disposable income. And so they throw cash at people who they can vicariously live through. And imagine, what if the dreck, the train wreck that is my existence, had some glamour about it? And they can pretend to be someone who's a part of the thing. And the amount of money that is generated by that is enormous. It is enormous, like unfathomable. We're talking like more than most of you make in a year, in months, days sometimes. That's what this is all about. Because let me tell you, if there was an easy path to getting that and you could perceive it, very few of you would say no. By the by, in case anybody thinks they're better than Not So Erudite, to be clear. One of the reasons, again, why I don't hate her. I wouldn't do what she's doing. I don't hate her, though. That being said, I think the appropriate response is to point out how gross it is, because it really is. It's a thing that it is healthy to be disgusted by. That's my take on it.
I have this new group of friends and new social connections where all of me is already out there. There's no hiding it, even if I want to, because a lot of the people I connect to have watched my stream or they know me through my Discord or something like that. And so they've already seen it. There's no hiding. You know, they know that I can be pretty harsh, and I'm very spicy. I like anime and gaming, and I'm pretty nice, you know, all these little pieces, which again, just to be clear, none of this is a big deal. I'm just stupid, okay? I'm just stupid, and then always assume people won't like parts of me, even though like hot anime girls is the most in thing ever right now, but whatever. Wrong generation, I guess. My generation did not love anime girls. Also, shout out to Ukrainian Anna for the new choker. I've recently realized that my favorite gifts now are chokers. I think it's the first time somebody's bought me like a really unique choker, and I love it. I love it. Doesn't it look good? Okay, so realizing that I'm embarrassed to show my content to people, it's not because I don't like who I am on stream. I really do. And I've really grown to cherish all these different parts
No, I really think it is because you don't like who you are on stream. But I think the reason why you don't like who you are on stream is because you recognize that there's nothing else off stream that isn't on stream. I think that's really where we're at here.
me and choose them. I think they kind of happen to me. I think you really do get to choose who you are. The problem is that you don't really get to choose who you are until you at least understand how the environment has informed for you to be. And once you go, oh, this is true about me because the environment formed me in this way, I think at that point you can choose to let that part go or keep it. It's really up to you. And so I've had this year where basically I'm coming to understand all these elements of me and I'm cherishing them. And I never really was willing to let them go because I always liked them a little bit. I like that I'm an animal nerd and I'm obsessed with dogs and dinosaurs and animals of all shapes and colors. I just love animals. And I think that that's a really...
Let me tell you a secret, dear children. Women are not this childlike and stupid. And if one acts this childlike and stupid and they're on a screen, they are doing a bit. They are doing a bit because they are making a calculation that the kind of person who's clicking on this stuff is very, very dumb. Dumb enough to be hopeful that they may get some kind of acknowledgement if you engage with them.
I think that's a cool part about me. And I was really afraid to show that because I've got this like judgy Protestant white man sitting in the back of my head telling me that I have to be this little box, and I don't. And so in many ways, streaming has been this incredible experience of learning that I am cherished by people.
But you're not, though. You were sleeping in your car on your way to a company you were co-founding. You had zero assistance whatsoever in going through the legal process of immigrating. Because even the people who work directly with you, including your husband, have so little interest in any of the things that you do that are vital to your career and to your life and to your future, that nobody had bothered to actually help you figure out how to do any of this. No, Kyla, I'm sorry, you are uncherished and you are alone. Completely and utterly alone, and you will be discarded, and I feel bad for you.
And to trust people enough to let them love all the parts of me, even the parts of me I'm not sure they'll like. And at the end of the day...
Even the parts of me I don't know. Will they still like me if they know that I like video games and anime? I'm not like the cool girls.
If I like those parts and they don't, that's just okay. That's just like a difference of opinion. I don't need everyone to love me. And so a large lesson of this year has been experiencing feeling cherished in a really deep way.
That requires you to use lighting to obscure the shape of your face, just to be clear. We're talking about this in a setting that is massively differently lit than the previous one, which I wouldn't particularly care about if the function of this video was not to portray yourself as being honest.
Cherish sounds like such a cringy word. I feel so embarrassed when I say it out loud. But really, I look at the way Nick looks at me, And I go, like, one of the most common thoughts I've had this year is Nick loves me so much. And it's true, Nick loves me.
You went on to the Whatever podcast with a bunch of chauvinistic men with audiences larger than you can fathom, and you told them that your husband was a stay-at-home lackabout that you had to come to terms with, would just never deliver as a man in a traditional relationship. You humiliated him in the largest way possible. You drew a picture of you sailing on a ship with insert of you and an insert of destiny on it as this embarking on this new podcast project. No picture of your husband. He doesn't factor in. He's a pet that you keep around out of convenience and will discard him when somebody larger gives you an offer. You guys don't know what that is. You have no conception of loyalty. You have no conception of honesty. These are conditions of an actual loving relationship. Every single person in your life is there because they have some finite utility for you. And you should make peace with that really quickly for two reasons. The first is because you're going to find yourself very swiftly abandoned in the future because these kinds of relationships do not have longevity. The second is when they do, if you've gone around as Steven has and you've paraded them as trophies and accomplishments, when they do, you will be publicly humiliated for it. Neither of these are places that you want to be.
So much. He loves every part of me so much. Even the flawed parts of me he loves. Doesn't always love to deal with it, but he loves it because it's part of who I am. And it's part of what has formed me to be where I am at today. Pros and cons that come with that. And so I want content that I feel proud of. So if it's not who I am, and it's not my opinions, because most of the opinions that I say publicly, I will always hold. Like, there is no opinion that I've ever said publicly that I privately wouldn't completely defend. I'm completely comfortable with everyone knowing that. That's probably the part of me that I've always been more comfortable is I almost probably, in a harmful way, love shocking people with my opinion. I love surprising them. Whatever they think I'm going to be, I love shocking them that I'm not just that. And so owning my opinion, I think, is something I'm really comfortable to do. I really don't think I'm a grifter. I don't feel embarrassed because of my opinions. I don't feel embarrassed about my lack of being uninformed.
She doesn't feel embarrassed about her lack of being uninformed.
I think there are times where I could be more epistemically humble, and that's always an error. But by and large, I think I do a pretty good job of accounting for where my bias is, where my lack of expertise is, and speculating the best I can on what I know.
Well, then why do you have to lie about your credentials? Why do you have to say that you have a master's degree when you don't? Why do you have to argue that your degree is the equivalent of a master's degree when you're called out for that? Why do you have to say that you have a professional designation that you actually are not legally able to have in the country in which you got your credentials? Like, why are you making up all of this shit then? What's the point? Why are you posturing as an expert and feels that you have no expertise in? What is the point then?
And walking people through my thinking strategies.
My humility heuristics are incredible, exactly.
And trying to self-correct as much as possible. That doesn't mean I'm perfect, and that definitely doesn't mean that you will agree with everything that I say, but I think I'm a decently honest thinker.
Would I lie?
And I aim for a pretty high level of epistemic humility in that the reality is I could be wrong about most things.
In the previous video we watched, she was talking about how when you're debating online, unless you are 100% wrong about a thing, you should not be conceding it. You should be arguing to defend it, okay? Even if you don't believe it. Even if you don't know it's true. So, yeah.
But if I've come to a pretty strong conclusion, there's usually a good reason for it. Not always. Sometimes I'm just being a dumbass. But I'm usually pretty good at being like, I mean, yeah, I was kind of a dumbass.
Yeah, that has not been the pattern.
Then. So then the next question is, then why? What am I embarrassed about? And,
your husband.
And I think the answer has
It's your husband. You talked about it on whatever podcast. He stays at home. He doesn't do any work. He just does his like lackadaisical personal training gig, and he doesn't make a lot of money, and you feel embarrassed about that. That's what it is.
I am dissatisfied with the quality of my output because I know that I can do better.
No, see, that's one of those things you don't know. That'd be intellectual humility. You don't know you can do better. I don't know you can do better.
A, not understood enough about streaming. I don't even know if that's true. It's not about understood. I have a really weird career in streaming. And just so it's clear, caveat,
You don't have a career in streaming is the main thing.
caveat, this is going to be the moment where the skinny girl complains about getting bullied for being skinny. It's going to have that aesthetic. And I'm aware how cringe this will sound. And I'm also, to be clear, I'm not complaining because nobody cares about the skinny bitch being like, oh, it's so hard not putting on weight. Everyone's like, eat a burger, bitch. Nobody cares.
Pretty sure. Not that I endorse any of these things. I think Kyle is a perfectly fine-looking person. That has not been the angle of attack. So I'm not sure why she's saying that, except to do sort of a Brianna Wu thing.
Shut up. Shut up. I literally look at chocolate and I gain weight. Shut the fuck up. So it's going to be one of those moments. And I apologize, but I am by no means saying I'm in like a bad way. A lot of people who end up in social media and in YouTube do so in large part because they want to. It's something that they've often dreamed of or desired or enjoyed. They often consume.
No, I'm pretty sure it's because it's easy money. It's easy money. It's not tied to to shift work. You have a luxury. You have the luxury of choosing when you work and how. And even if you do have to grind to make money, you can choose not to, right? You can choose. You can basically put in as much as you want to. It's not easy, but it is desirable. That freedom makes it worth a lot. Like, just to be clear, I do work really hard. Not on stream. I am spending my entire day reading. My sleep schedule's fucked. It is very difficult. I do a lot of work to try and be somewhat useful, but it's a luxury. It's preferable to a more lackadaisical job that I still have to go to according to someone else's schedule, because that's wasted time for me. Does that make sense? So this is a vastly preferable job on its own, even if, like me, being on stage is terrifying and you hate it. There's a reason why I spent my first year with an avatar and not going with my face. I was very awkward for a very long time with my face, and I still am sometimes, because it's freaking terrifying and stressful. I don't actually like being on screen, but there are advantages to it. I can gesticulate and I can emote and I can do all that kind of thing, which means I, with my respiratory sensitivities, don't have to talk constantly. I've gotten better at doing so. I talk a lot now, but it was not a matter of like, I dream of doing this. It was a matter of, I can do this and make money, and this frees myself up to do other things that I want to do. It is preferable. It is preferable, even if it's really hard.
A lot of content on their own. They either watch streams a lot already or they watch YouTube comment. So it's something that they think about a lot. They pursue it. And when they start doing well, it's like the most exciting thing ever because it's like the dream coming true. And I'm in this really weird situation where I fully recognize, even at my small size, I am already a lot of people's dream come true for content creation. And I'm infinitely, insanely blessed for that. To be clear, I'm not anything but grateful and humbled.
And I see strikes me as legit psycho. I don't think Kyla's a psycho. I think Kyla is a deeply immature person who has very little practical experience with anything and is desperately trying to make grifting off of somebody else's reputation work for her because it's all she has. And to that extent, I feel bad for her. I don't feel bad for her once she starts lying and being just awful to other people, but to that extent, I feel bad for her.
To be anywhere where
What the fuck was that demonic laugh?
But grateful and humbled. To be anywhere where I am. It's incredible. But it's particularly odd for me because it's not something I ever thought or dreamt of before I got into social media with the mental health program, for example, which I got into social media for a goal, which was to try to disseminate these prevention programs as much as possible.
Well, specifically you got in because your organization saw an opportunity to make a bunch of money off of a contest for a product that you never delivered on, despite the fact that you pitched it and so on and so forth. I think they made a handful of episodes and then just dropped it. She claimed, I think 2 years ago, that, oh, and all those episodes finally, by the way, they're all going up now. Never happened. Just saying. Just saying. So far, Kyla's contribution to the country she's defecting from, that she's insulted the people of, that she's argued against the existence of public labor unions for has been to take thousands of dollars in a crisis and do fuck all with it. So, yeah.
Which to this day they have not released, and I've asked them a million times. I've been like,
Oh yeah, sorry, it's their fault. It's their fault. You've asked them, like, okay.
Media for a goal, which was to try to disseminate these prevention programs as much as possible, which to this day they have not released, and I've asked them a million times.
It doesn't matter if they're released now. They were supposed to be released during COVID. That was their function. They were a response to COVID. They were part of a government initiative to help people during lockdown. It doesn't matter anymore. It's too late. They're out of date.
I've been like, I have a platform. I will just release it for free, please.
Maybe that's why they're not releasing them. Maybe they don't want to be associated with you. Potentially. I don't know.
For the love of God, you took taxpayer money. You have to release this. And they like will not.
She says they took taxpayer money like it wasn't her proposal and it wasn't her baby and she wasn't going around promoting it. It's wild. Every single one of these videos has been the tale of Kyla's woe, of how it's everyone else's fault that the world is not bending over backwards to serve her like royalty. It's kind of incredible.
I offered them a fundraiser on my channel to raise the rest of the money needed that they felt to like get the videos out, whatever staffing they needed, and they just won't even do a fundraiser with me, probably because they've heard my opinions on like fundamentalism, because the Christian Center I worked at, it's definitely more fundamental. fundamentalist than I am.
Yeah, you've been a grifter for a while, because I guarantee you she pretended to be more fundamentalist than she is to get the job. It's just chameleon behavior.
So anyways, those...
Although they would be interested now, I imagine. They would be interested now to know that she's bad-mouthing them. This is not an outcome I actually had expected. That's kind of interesting. The company is the center is Adiera. It's an addiction recovery center. It's this one. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Because she's been criticized for her background being in essentially faith healing. She got her addictions counseling license or whatever it's called, because they were rolled out just when she was working there, using her experience at Adiera, which she's claiming is a fundamentalist organization now. So there's one of two possibilities. Either she's trying to whitewash the fact that she was a fundamentalist, or she wasn't a fundamentalist, and she lied about being one in order to get a job that she actually wasn't suited for, in order to sell people false information based on a religion she didn't believe in, or based on things she didn't believe in order to get work experience in addictions counseling, which is fucked. I am very curious to know what they think about this, and I may send it to them. I am curious. That would be interesting.
Those might never see the light of day, which is tragic, because they're actually really good. I worked really fucking hard on them. So anyways, I got into social media because I had to make this treatment paradigm I had made, well, prevention paradigm that I'd made, get spread as much as possible. I didn't get into social media because I liked it. Before mental help, I had a Facebook that I barely checked. I used Messenger for like my friends and hangouts. I had an Instagram that I... sometimes posted on. And to be honest, my most active social media. 1 second, Sulak. You've gotten to the part of the video where I give you the cringe call to action. So if you've gotten this far in the video, post the word Sasquatch. Just find a way to leave a comment that the word Sasquatch is included. That way we all know. I know and you know, okay? And if you've made it this far and you enjoy supporting the channel,
content creation as a job, aux battles, and I hope you will learn something about your life or your future life through my experiences. Please don't mistake this video for me being negative or complaining. I'm very grateful for my position and my job as a YouTuber, and I'm just trying to be real and not sugarcoat anything. For the past 15 months, I have been very inconsistent with my uploads on this Pat CC channel. I have been even less consistent streaming on Twitch, and although I could list off 10 to 20 reasons why, it really boils down to two things. One, I got extremely bored with the repetitive nature of my content, and two, money. But those two things are so closely intertwined that they're almost inseparable. I started uploading on this channel in 2021 because I wanted to separate my two main styles of content. Video essays were going to be the only thing I upload to my main channel, so I brought all these fun, less serious, and more personality-driven and music-based content over to my second channel. And in the beginning, it was risky. I was basically dividing my audience in half, hoping that the documentaries, video essays would take off, and then the Pat CC channel could be like a fun side project. Then I got an opportunity I never in my wildest dreams could have imagined. I got an email from someone at Twitch that read, "Patrick, it's great to meet you. Here at Twitch, I look after artist relations for music creators, so would love to find a time to chat and see how I might be helpful. As someone who's been in the music biz for many years, your DMing 100 rappers video had me dying. I'm based in California on PST and would love to set up a time next week. Pretty open Monday and Tuesday afternoon." Nowhere in this email does it say what we are going to talk about, what they want, or anything really business related. They basically just wanted to say hi. I thought, this is a high-level person at Twitch. Why wouldn't I just chat and get to know them? The call was about 30 minutes long, and I chatted about my content creation journey and my experience with live streaming, and it was such a normal and seemingly introductory conversation. And 25 minutes in, they mentioned I was being recruited to stream on Twitch exclusively, and I heard them very quickly say that they would offer to pay me an hourly rate to stream. So I called my manager, gave him the details, I connected him with the people at Twitch, and he was going to handle the negotiations as he always does. Now, I streamed on YouTube at the time, so moving over to a new platform would have been extremely risky, but I vividly remember saying to my manager, if they offer me like $30 an hour, I might have to take that money. That's guaranteed pay that would help me pay some bills. Or I might vividly remember saying to my manager, if they offer me like $30 an hour, I might have to take that money. That's guaranteed pay that would help me pay some bills and take some stress off my wildly inconsistent income at the time. Well, they offered me $250 an hour. I was obviously shocked and immediately ready to take the deal. My manager asked for more money because that's his job, but they said no. The contract made me fully exclusive to Twitch, and I had zero minimum stream requirements, so I could choose not to stream, but obviously then I wouldn't get paid. When I did stream, it had to be in the music category because they wanted to boost their viewership there, and they would pay for a maximum of 60 hours or $15,000 per month. So if I streamed 61 hours, then I wouldn't get paid $250 for that additional hour or any additional hours. This was a 6-month contract with a total maximum payout of $90,000. And on top of that, I still got to keep 70% of my subscriber money, my normal ad revenue split, and 100% of donations. The deal was extremely generous to me and barely worth it at all for Twitch. I was then and still am incredibly grateful for this opportunity from Twitch, so I started streaming exactly 60 hours per month. And in that time was when we started doing aux battles and other games like Bad Rap Songs with Great Beats and Carried by the Feature and others, but it was increasingly obvious that aux battles was the fan favorite. Additionally, we started editing down the Twitch streams and uploading them to YouTube, which is probably where 99% of you have watched all my content, and my Pat CC views started increasing rapidly, again with aux battles being the overwhelming favorite. My Twitch contract ended at the end of 2021, and if you total up the revenue with YouTube ads included, I made about $145,000. It was a fantastic year. and YouTube ads included, I made about $145,000. It was a fantastic year, and had I not gotten that offer from Twitch, Aux Battles would have never been a thing. They legitimately changed my life. However, Twitch decided that they were not going to renew my contract in 2022, and it makes sense considering they didn't even come close to making back their investment on me. Streamers are only profitable when they hold multiple thousands of viewers at a time. Still to this day, Twitch probably never made their 90K back from me, and I've been streaming for years. So I get it. I get why they didn't renew. But that meant I was going to go from a guaranteed $15,000 per month to $0. Now, I have always been pretty responsible with my money. I paid my employees, my bills, and I saved pretty much all the rest. So I wasn't panicking, but at the same time, I had no idea what my finances would look like in 2022. But I got lucky because they got better. And that's because of YouTube and Aux Battles. I needed to make streaming as easy and efficient as possible since I wasn't getting an hourly rate. So I decided that we were literally only going to do Aux Battles. I would go on stream for like 2 to 3 hours, which is usually how long one game takes, then log off and spend the rest of my time working on my main channel or other business endeavors. And I did this only 3 to 4 times per week. Now, most full-time streamers are online at least 20 to 40 hours per week, and I was only doing 6 to 8. And that's because I never had to do the long grind like other streamers, sitting there for 8 hours a day with 3 viewers for months or years. My first stream, I was getting massively overpaid and I had a couple hundred viewers. I never had to develop that loving relationship for streaming like I did with YouTube. I always associated it with money, with a business opportunity, because that's how I got into it, which now I realize it kind of ruined my ability to excel and be creative on Twitch. Now, I'm not going to minimize my own grind. I definitely put in some decent hours, but the data shows. In 2022, I streamed a little over 200 hours, whereas Dante did over 1,000 hours, 5 times as much as me. Yet, despite this, at the beginning of 2022, I was crushing it. For someone who barely streamed, I averaged around 900 viewers on Twitch, and on top of that, the YouTube videos were exploding, most of them generating between 400,000 and 1 million views. It got to the point where I was averaging about $15,000 per month on YouTube ad revenue. It's almost like I still had my Twitch deal. And at this point, I felt like I hit the lottery. I had this series that was easy to make and easy to come up with fresh ideas. It made a ton of money and the fans loved it. But to be honest, I got burnt out from this game way before everyone else. To me, Aux Battles got so repetitive. The same songs always got played. You could do any song. What are you gonna go with?
Vamp Anthem.
People cared more about winning than introducing new and interesting music to the audience. On top of that, my viewers became hostile towards me for the behavior of my chat, and they even thought I was somehow rigging the game so I can get an outcome that I wanted because I maybe had a preferential song. Like, all kinds of really weird accusations. I was fake head bobbing all the time. I was fake enjoying music. It's funny to laugh at it now, but it only took like 2 or 3 months before I was kind of fed up with it from a creative perspective. Like, it felt very grindy. It felt like a job. And it was a series that went on for years. But I stuck to it because obviously all the benefits that I said before, but ultimately sometimes I kind of live by this philosophy that like I'm not allowed to choose what I do, right? Like the views choose it, because clearly all you guys love it, so why wouldn't I just keep doing it? But still, I tried other styles of content that I personally liked more, or at least it was just a fresh switch up for me, but the views just didn't come in. And when you're a content creator, you have to balance the stuff that you want to do versus the stuff that you make money on, because it's very rare that those things happen at the same time. If I only did what I wanted, my views would drop and I'd make less money. And if I only did what gets views, I'd make more money, but I'd be miserable. So you got to find that perfect balance. But ultimately, I always wanted my second channel to just be fun. So the moment that I'm not having fun, I should take a break. So I did that in September of 2022, and then it was in that time that I came up with the idea of Ox Wars, a 1v1 battle between popular creators, which breathed some new life into the series, and I actually want to bring that back, so maybe 2025. And lucky for me, we kind of struck gold again. Those videos got a ton of views and were probably the most fun we ever had in Ox history. By the end of 2022, if you add up Twitch and YouTube revenue, I made about $210,000, a 45% increase from the previous year. Now, I still wasn't really sure what the future held, but I wanted to take a big risk and drastically change the future of PatCC. Little did I know, as soon as I made a risky investment, something would go catastrophically wrong. In the beginning of 2023, viewership on the PatCC channel started slowly declining. Now, it was nothing insane, but it became more difficult to break 500,000 views, and the days of 1 million plus were kinda gone. That's probably due to lower Ox Battle output and the series just being over a year and a half old now. I tried more ideas for reaction videos, I even streamed with Quay for a little bit, and I actually was having the most fun with the channel that I ever had. I still look back at this time as me having the most variety and just overall the best vibe. Now, people were still demanding Ox Battles, and my Twitch viewership dropped from 600 average to 300 average viewers, which, as you can imagine, has an impact on your mental. You know, you start thinking like you're falling off and maybe I should just listen to them and do what they want. My revenue also started to take a slight hit, but honestly, I didn't really care that much. I felt like I was finally reaching my full creative potential as a streamer and a YouTuber, and ultimately I was just having fun. But then something happened that I never expected. In March of 2023, I got a copyright claim for like 10 different songs in one video. At the time, I was only previewing about 7 seconds of each song, so that's crazy that they would get all of the revenue that the video generates, but whatever. So for the next upload, we knocked it down to 6-second previews of the songs, and that was okay until we got another copyright claim. So we knocked it down to 5-second previews of the songs, and then we got another claim. It got to the point where even if we uploaded a 3-second clip of a song, the record label would take all of the revenue from the video. Now, I obviously can't upload Ox Battles or any of my videos really without previewing the music. Plus, listening to a 3-second snippet of a song when the Twitch viewers hear half the song or more drastically changes the viewer experience. By April of 2023, every video I uploaded that had mainstream music in it was claimed. But it got even worse. I started getting copyright claims for just showing music visuals. Like my hanging mic video got a copyright claim for showing a TikTok. I'm not playing the audio of the song, it's just my voiceover and showing the TikTok, and they get all the revenue. In my most recent video I just did with Blackboy Max, all of the songs in the video at the time of upload were unreleased, and as soon as I uploaded it, I got a copyright claim for an unreleased song. It's clear my channel is on some sort of list that prevents me from using any type of music content from a signed artist. I don't know if the labels put me on a list, or maybe I just had done this for so many years, stealing from record labels, that now I'm just like on a blacklist or something. But I'm not making money on any video that has music, period. It's never gonna happen again. But back when this first happened, I was like, it's whatever. It's not all about the money, and my relevance and making my audience happy is most important, so I'm just gonna keep pushing. But then the views and the interest in Ox Battle overall just kind of kept going down, and on top of that, remember that major investment I was talking about? Well, that got finalized. So I just got myself in a ton of debt, thinking that my YouTube and my Twitch would be able to fund it, which, by the way, I'm going to talk all about this major investment in my next video on PatCC, because I did come up with a solution. Kinda, but it's good news, I promise, it's good news. Anyways, I kept trying throughout summer of 2023 to push through, but there was no incentive for me to innovate. If I came up with a banger idea and got good views, the money would just go to the labels. If I spent money to increase the production value of the video and make something more high quality, it would just be a loss. And in hindsight, at this time, I wish I just pushed through it. I wish I just kept trying to find solutions, maybe a video series that makes a little bit of money, or innovate somehow to just break even or to just get by. But at the time, I just felt defeated. And since I had employees to pay, I needed to come up with a financial solution. I stopped streaming on Twitch since it took too much time, and Ox Battles was just dried up by now. I tried an entirely different direction and video style towards the end of 2023, and I had a lot of fun making those videos, but they were extremely high effort, taking weeks and months to plan, film, and edit, which ultimately led to thousands of dollars in losses. And I want to remind everyone that I'm not complaining. I'm just explaining how I felt at the time. Losses and plan, film, and edit, which ultimately led to thousands of dollars in losses. And I want to remind everyone that I'm not complaining. I'm just explaining how I felt at the time. I basically stumbled into a gold mine with Twitch and Ox Battles, and I became spoiled, blindsided by money. And while chasing the money, I lost the reason why I was doing this whole YouTube thing in the first place. 2023 as a whole was still a good revenue year. I generated about $100,000, but that was a 60% pay decrease from 2022. This just shows you how volatile YouTube money and entrepreneurship as a whole is. You could make literally 60% less in 1 year and put in the same amount of work, if not more work. With that being said, 2023 was an exceptional year for my main channel, and I had amazing momentum going into 2024, so I decided to just focus all my energy and resources on my main channel and just quit PatCC. I tried to come back during the Drake and Kendrick beef because I knew I had to talk about that, and then return to Ox Battles in summer of 2024 for the love of the game, and I'm grateful for all the people who came back and watched, but it kind of felt like I was just trying to bring back something that was dead. And in 2024, I made a grand total of $25,000 on this channel, an 88% decrease in revenue from my peak. It's funny because I'm not even mad at the record labels anymore, but it is a major reason why music YouTubers lose motivation and quit. But I'm not blaming them for the way that things panned out for me. YouTube and entrepreneurship is an unpredictable lifestyle. You have to adapt to changes. I am not owed viewership, I am not owed money. I have to earn it every single time I upload. And I understand this, but at times it does get hard to motivate yourself, especially when you have bills to pay and a family to take care of. However, the silver lining to all of this is that through my time off, I've gotten my business affairs in order, and basically I don't necessarily need my second channel revenue to survive anymore. I saved my money, invested it in the right areas, and now I have much more freedom. In 2025, I could make $0 on this channel and be okay. I don't care about the copyright claims or the revenue I may or may not earn. In 2025, I'm going to make the videos that I want to make and put them out whenever I feel like it. And more importantly, in my next video, I will be discussing some huge news. Huge news. You don't want to miss it. It's way more important than this video. Thank you all for sticking by me all these years. I just can't believe you're still here. Drink water.
Только ошибки могут дать игроку ту силу, которая сделает его богом. Именно они дают возможность убивать все живое одним ударом, и именно они позволяют сделать персонажа буквально колоссальным монстром. В этом ролике я хочу рассказать о нескольких примечательных багах, которые открывали игрокам невероятные возможности. Совсем недавно Хардстоуну исполнилось 10 лет. В честь этого события разработчики решили провести несколько любопытных ивентов, которые награждали людей всякими безделушками. Про хардстоуновскую часть мероприятия сейчас смысла говорить нет, чего не скажешь о варкрафтовской. Во время этого празднования разработчики добавили небольшой стол, который в очень примитивном варианте копировал геймплей оригинального Хардстоуна. Это, в свою очередь, могло давать игрокам некоторые награды, но в контексте багов интересно не это, а кое-что другое, что было тесно связано с этим столом. Некоторое время назад игроки заметили любопытную ошибку. Рядом с этим столом нельзя летать. Сделано это для того, чтобы какие-то нехорошие игроки не могли модельками маунтов мешать другим игрокам играть в кастрированную версию Хардстоуна. Но если игрок заходил в эту, так скажем, бесполетную зону, то на пару мгновений у игрока все равно оставалась возможность призвать маунта. Это похоже на давнюю проблему игры, когда игрок условно заходит в зону, где нельзя использовать маунтов, но персонаж все равно еще полсекунды-секунды остается на ездовом средстве. Тут принцип похожий. Но самое интересное в другом. Если игрок таким образом садился на маунта, то покинув эту безмаунтовую зону, игрок мог снова использовать обычного маунта, после чего игра начинала ломаться. Происходило вот это. Моделька ездового средства становилась либо очень маленькой, либо огромной. Да настолько огромной, что города Драконьих островов заполнили вот такие вот громадные драконы, которые размером могли быть в какой-то крупный храм. Выглядело это безусловно эпично. Некоторые люди выбирались за пределы островов и в таком колоссальном состоянии приходили в города Орды и Альянса. Выглядело это не менее круто. Модельки игроков были столь большими, что они могли сравниться с модельками Смертокрыла, который в прошлом как раз атаковал столицы фракций. Баг, конечно, и круто. В приходили люди, выбирались за пределы островов и в таком колоссальном состоянии приходили в города Орды и Альянса. Выглядело это не менее круто. Модельки игроков были столь большими, что они могли сравниться с модельками Смертокрыла, который в прошлом как раз атаковал столицы фракций. Баг, конечно, безобидный, но эпичный. Забавно, но в истории Варкрафта было немало моментов, когда людям давали возможность существенно увеличить свою модельку. К примеру, во времена гнева Короля Лича была одна фракция, представители которой могли продавать игрокам Эль, который, в свою очередь, немного увеличивал модельку персонажа. Разработчики, по всей видимости, попытались учесть тот момент, что Эль могут использовать недобросовестные игроки, а посему за раз можно было у торговца купить только одну единицу Эля. Но эти самые недобросовестные игроки нашли способ это обойти. Нужно было просто покупать Эль, закидывать его в банк, потом снова закупать Эль, затем снова закидывать в банк и так по кругу. Так что особых проблем с обходом этого ограничения не было. Эль позволял игрокам в десятки раз увеличить свою игровую модельку, так что по какому-нибудь Долорану могли ходить вот такие вот игроки-гиганты с алкогольным бафом. В темных землях появился достаточно спорный игровой режим – Таргаст. Этот режим представлял из себя рандомно генерируемое приключение для игрока с кучей трэш-мобов, мини-боссов, ловушками и назойливыми противниками. Чтобы чуть облегчить страдания, игроки могли находить там особые бонусы, что повышали какие-то характеристики, усиливали способности или давали какие-то положительные эффекты. Эти бонусы под конец прохождения могли существенно увеличить мощь игрока. После того, как игрок покидал Таргаст, эти эффекты снимались. Однако, в самом конце дополнения, о чем я упоминал примерно год назад в одном из старых роликов, игроки нашли способ выносить эти положительные эффекты за пределы Таргаста. Как именно это работало, не очень ясно. Насколько я понял, это происходило из-за дисконнектов во время прохождения этого режима. Началось все примерно в начале июля 2022 года. На форумах начали появляться тревожные сообщения о том, что якобы игроки китайского региона нашли способ выносить эффекты из Таргаста за пределы Таргаста. И это потенциально может привести к ужасным последствиям, и Blizzard нужно как можно быстрее дыру залатать. Однако на эти сообщения мало кто обращал внимание. Через пару дней с этой ошибкой сталкивается чернокнижник из европейского региона. Этот игрок во время прохождения Таргаста нашел пару бафов, которые усиливали его питомца. После каких-то технических ошибок с вылетами он, к удивлению для себя, обнаружил, что даже после покидания Таргаста бафы на его пэте все равно оставались. Пэт оставался таким же крутым и сильным, каким был со всеми бафами. История этого игрока иронична тем, что он, как честный человек, пытался избавиться от этого бага. Он писал тикеты в техподдержку, пытался убивать своего демона, пытался респекаться, снова выходить и входить в Таргаст, сбрасывать бафы через арены и так далее. Но буквально ничто не помогало избавиться от этой ошибки, а техподдержка просто медлила с ответом. Вскоре появились и другие игроки, которые уже в отличие от него намеревались использовать этот баг со вкусом. Вот этот игрок в демонстративных целях настакал своего пэта и отправился закрывать высокие ключи. Урон только от этого питомца в разы превышал урон всех членов его группы вместе взятыми. И хоть вроде как ошибку с Таргастом после этого исправили, наследие этого бага продолжает существовать и в наши дни. 15 мая 2023 года завершилась гонка прогресса за очередной рейд. Вроде как дело не тривиальное. Забавно то, что последовало практически сразу после этой гонки. Нежданно-негаданно, уже 17-18 числа начали появляться игроки, которые также закрывали рейд и получали себе ценную ачивку на кромке лезвия. Только вот эти игроки были абсолютными рандомами. Буквально. Они были одеты в зеленые вещи, иногда они даже не состояли ни в каких гильдиях. И тут внезапно они становятся топами мира. Чисто для понимания, к тому моменту даже не все гильдии из топ-5 успели закрыть рейд, а тут уже появляются какие-то рандомы с такими в кавычках свершениями. Более того, эти рандомы убивали боссов буквально за секунды, что вообще кажется невозможным. Короче, тут и гадалки ходить не нужно, чтобы понять, что все это являлось одним большим багом, на что пришлось сетовать в Твиттере одному игроку из топовой гильдии Эхо. Как предполагалось, игроки как раз использовали ошибку из Таргаста, которую вроде бы исправили, но, видимо, какие-то обходные способы вынести бафы все же остались. Учитывая, что при попытке зайти на страницы персонажей, которые эксплуатировали эту ошибку, выдается ошибка, и учитывая, что с момента того инцидента прошло чуть меньше 1 года, баны по меньшей мере годовые, а скорее всего перманентные. Вот такая вот цена использования ошибок. Другой вопрос, а на что они рассчитывали, мол, никто не заметит, что кто-то чуть ли не сразу после гонки прогресса закрывает боссов в мифике за считанные секунды, но, тем не менее, такой инцидент имел место быть. Уже в этом году багнутый Таргаст вновь о себе заявил. Где-то месяц назад какие-то игроки отправились в высокий 30-й ключ, выпиливая боссов за считанные секунды. И угадайте, с помощью чего они это делали? Правильно, с помощью бафов Таргаста. Короче говоря, хоть темные земли завершились почти 2 года назад, баги, связанные с этим дополнением, будут, по всей видимости, преследовать нас еще некоторое время. А ведь приведенные примеры — это лишь то, что стало известно публике. Сколько еще людей, которые закрывали рейды или мифики с помощью бафов Таргаста, но делали это не так палевно, остается очень хорошим вопросом. Вообще, коль уж я упомянул чернокнижников, стоит отметить, что представители этого класса могли удивлять эпичными ошибками. Вот, к примеру, этот достаточно известный видос. Что мы видим? Мы видим одного чернокнижника, который вышел в одиночку на арене против 5 игроков. Очевидно, что каким бы крутым он ни был, в соло выстоять против 5 людей практически невозможно, даже если ты самый-самый скилловый человек. Поэтому чернокнижник просит противников его не атаковать и подойти к нему. Так сказать, молит о пощаде. Они к нему подходят, но это была грубейшая ошибка его противников. Когда неприятели собрались вместе вокруг него, чернокнижник призвал своего питомца, который был размером в целое здание. Этот питомец начал вносить колоссальный урон по противникам, а чернокнижник не менее эффективно добивать неприятелей. И вуаля, менее чем за 1 минуту чернокнижник убил 5 игроков на арене. Но как это возможно? Что он сделал, чтобы его питомец был настолько большим и сильным? Все дело было в одном старом багнутом боссе, а вернее сказать в бафе, который можно было получить во время сражения с боссом. В одном старом данже есть босс, рядом с которым обитает куча трэша. Когда игрок убивает этот трэш, он получает баф, повышающий урон на 50%. Этот баф можно было стакать. Но это не самое интересное. Баф длится всего 30 секунд. За это время даже арена не успеет запуститься. Чтобы это обойти, хитрый чернокнижник убивал трэш с помощью своего питомца. Как итог, баф получал пэт, и когда чернокнижник его отпускал, бафы на нем сохранялись, а время действия этих бафов никуда не тикало. Получалась эдакая бомба, которую можно было призвать в любой удобный момент, и где-то на пару десятков секунд чернокнижник получал убер сильного питомца. Собственно, примерно это и сделал чернокнижник, призвав заряженного демона на арене. Вскоре баг исправили, а чернокнижник, если верить упоминаниям на веб-хеде, получил краткосрочный бан на 24 часа. Если говорить о чем-то более современном, то сравнительно недавно появился еще один баг у чернокнижников, только на сей раз он касался способности «Стрела смерти». И вот он уж явно успел подорвать больше 5 точек, чем прошлая ошибка с пэтами и бафом. Как именно работал этот баг, немного неясно. Если верить не очень подробным упоминаниям, чернокнижник перед ареной использовал нестабильное колдовство и бил стрелами смерти по низкоуровневым противникам, по которым урон из-за того, что они слишком низкоуровневые, наносился очень большой. И это каким-то образом приводило к тому, что скалированный урон по низкоуровневым противникам для стрелы смерти сохранялся. А соответственно это позволяло буквально шутить противников. Активнее всего этот баг использовался на аренах. На ютубе и не только можно найти кучу материалов, как недобросовестные чернокнижники используют багнутую стрелу тьмы, что позволяет им заканчивать сражение на арене за считанные секунды. Противники даже не успевают среагировать на эти самые стрелы. Ничто не может противостоять такому большому урону, который в несколько раз превышает запас здоровья игроков. И хоть баг вроде как уже исправили, проработал он достаточно долго. Вообще, на